Oh yeah. Oh, let's go. Cause it's time. Psi-Ops, baby. Mindgate Conspiracy. 2004. What were you doing in 2004? Oh shit. I was getting drunk. All night, every night. Trying to get my pee-pee wet. Oh. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't change. Did I change the Nightbot command? The game command? I don't know if I did or not. I don't think that I did. Nope, I did not. I did not. I knew I forgot something. Okay. There we go. Not that it matters, but it's good to stay on top of it, I suppose. There we go. Why is my resub not read by bot? Because it's not on this scene. On this particular scene, the intro scene, there is no sub bit tip alert. But I will replay it for you, Darkshear. When I get on screen, right here. What's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Skythe00, and it is a very special day for skythe00, their 100
my asshole!
Okay, or not.
We hum a simple melody into the effigy, yet we hear no harmony. It covers the temple and bones and organs and limbs, yet ignores our bleeding wounds.
Okay.
Scripture is needed. Consume.
I don't know what that's from, but thank you very much to Lash for the 300 bits. With very special day for skythe00, we're going to be playing Psi-Ops, the Mindgate Conspiracy, all the way from 2004. God damn it! Down the bed. Ooh, the more I get it, you the better to see. Yeah. Now that your boat is in doom, a light hits the goo on my face. I can't believe I've heard that so much that I've memorized the last two lines of it. Jesus Christ. All right. Thank you, Goody. I appreciate it. Farrell Faye, thank you very much for popping in. I saw you got suggested from the bike man. So thank you. I hope you enjoy your time here. Yeah, Goody Lash, thank you. And Darkshear, we got you. Here's your resub repeat. Well, hold on. Captain Wilhelm has something first with 79 months. And then El Taj with the 3 fucking years resub. Right now, there it is. Thank you, El Taj. And now we have Darkshear. Here we go, buddy. Since the bot didn't read it out. Maybe. There it is.
Forgot about new start time, but I appreciate the reminders. Kick it. Blaukraut bleibt Blaukraut und Brautkleid bleibt Brautkleid. Die Ketzer trip die Tripper crumb.
No idea, but there you go. Thank you, Darkshear, with 61 months. Oh shit, let's go.
Comfort bubble. Comfort bubble. Comfort bubble. Comfort bubble. Comfort bubbles in my mouth.
Yes. Comfort
It's
bubbles
almost
in my
time
mouth.
for the
Absolutely.
World Cup. I mean the World Cup.
Cup, yes, the World Cup. Is it? Is the World Cup happening right now? Well, shit. I hope it's fun. You know what? I hope your country wins and every other country sucks a fat asshole. Go. Let's see. Who should I root for this year? I don't even know anybody that's in it. Is USA? USA is probably not in it. We suck, right? We suck ass. Oh, host qualify automatically. Oh, that's nice. That's probably why we did it, so our team could get in no matter what. You see, that's how much I care about fucking sports. I didn't even know the NBA finals were going on. I don't give a shit, dude. I don't give a shit about sports ball at all. It's fun to watch. I'll give you that. Like, if I go to a game, it's fun to watch. But as far as following it, Nah. Nah. Black 1919. I have no idea. No clue. Google the Norway team and see their team photo. You'll cheer for them. Really? Okay, let me look here. Norway national football team. There we go. Images. Oh, that's 2025. 2026. Why would I root for them? I thought there was going to be something funny. Oh, there's a dude that looks like a Viking. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that. I can kind of see that. Sure, you bet. Oh, is it a different photo? Let me see. Oh, that photo with all the Vikings. Okay, I see now. Yeah. This is what we're looking at here. The photo with all the Vikings here. That's a cool photo. I dig it, man. Pretty neat. I think that's a cool way to like do your team photo. It's different. Yeah, but look at that landscape though. Yeah, that landscape is beautiful. Norway's fucking gorgeous, man. So I should root for Norway. How are their chances? Are their chances any good? They have a pretty good chance, or they suck? It's fjorgeous. I can't afford that view. Norway's okay, no chance. Pretty low chance. Okay. Who's the favorite? Who's the favorite going in? What country is the favorite going in? Or favorites, I guess. Probably a couple. Spain, Mexico. France. Okay. Spain and France. All right. That old rivalry. Don't they have history? Like ancient history of like trying to conquer each other? I think all of them do in that Europe area, right? Doesn't everybody try to conquer everybody? You can't root for the French. So you know what? The fact that you said that, Covirian, I am rooting for the French. I am putting the Ezekiel III lock. It is a lock. Why did I do this? I don't know. It's a lock on the French. French team's going to win. French team is going to win it all. I'm saying it right now. You heard it here. Put your money down. If you bet on sports, French team going to win. The Ezekiel bump. You're such a spiteful person. Fuck you. I am not. You know what? Just for that, I'm going to time you out, Schmishmail. How's that for spiteful? How's that for spiteful? 1,000 subs to Zeke if France does actually win. Oh, Pete. Oh, Pete, don't paint yourself into a corner. I won't hold you to that, Pete.
Despite what the local rag reported, I was not yoking in IKEA. I was testing the soothing properties of their fabrics before committing to a purchase.
Thank you so much, Badgie. I was not jorking in IKEA. I was testing the soothing properties of their fabrics. Nice. Yeah. They won't actually win, right? No, I mean, like, even when was the last time the favorite actually won the World Cup? Does that happen a lot? I'd imagine there's so many good teams out there that it probably doesn't happen a bunch. You know, it's like the what's it called? The NCAA March Madness. Like, the favorites usually don't win. There's just too many good teams. Oh, Argentina. Last year, really? Wow. Okay. So Argentina were the favorites. Now that's honestly, I'm not even kidding you. When I was trying to pick out like good football teams, country, that was the first one that came to mind. I'm like, if I say Argentina, there's a chance they could win. Even though I know dick all about soccer or about football. That's the team I would be like, Argentina's probably going to take it this year. Yeah, Brazil and Argentina perennial favorites. There you go. Yeah.
Zeke_SG.
Yo, peer pressure. Thank you for the 13 months. I'll donate 1 sub if Zeke doesn't sweat through his next nap. I actually don't sweat through naps. We keep it nice and cool in here. I only sweat when I go outside, and I mowed the lawn yesterday. God damn this fucking weather, man. God damn this swamp-ass fucking southern state. Jesus Christ. I was out there for 4 minutes, and I was drenched. I was drenched with sweat, just pouring down my face. Yes, I did actually take a short nap, and then I mowed the lawn, like I said yesterday, which is rare for me to follow through with what I say. But yes, I actually did mow the lawn yesterday, and the reason why I have to stay on top of it is because I let it go for a couple of weeks, and we immediately got a fucking notice from the HOA saying like, and a picture saying like, you need to mow the lawn, and the fucking property manager texted me. The property manager texted me, and he said, we have certain rules that the HOA imposes upon us. If you don't mow the lawn in a timely fashion, they fine me. And so, blah, blah. I'm like, Jesus, they were fucking on top of it. It is ridiculous how fast they are on you. I fucking hate HOAs, man. I fucking hate it. Hey, city boy, mow that lawn or I'm going to find out what that butt do. I'm going to find out what that butt do. Yeah. Do you have to be part of this HOA? Yes, I do. We're renting at the moment. So the timeline is still in effect, like, or not the timeline, but like our plan, our life plan is, well, move out, which we did. Sell the house, which we're in the process of sprucing up. I just got a text saying the carpet is almost done. We're going to paint the inside and outside and see if we can't sell it now. And then after we sell that house, we will have the money to put down on a new house here in Texas. So we can own again rather than rent. So. But yes, I would love it if we could find a place without HOA, but like, holy shit, they're everywhere. It's hard to avoid. Really hard to avoid. I hope I get decent money from the old house too. I really do. I really do. We're sprucing it up, man. We're making it look good. Inside and out. We'll see what happens. People are quick to tell me like, oh, the housing market, man, it's the worst time to try and sell a house right now. I'm like, well, fucking great. That's fucking great. Too bad. We're doing it. Zeke, please ensure you pronounce the name of this game correctly. It's Psi-Ops. Okay, I will. We have over 1,000 acres, no HOA. Well, good for you, Freak Show Alpha. I'm so glad that is your living situation. HOAs are like second breakfast. We already have a government. Want another one? It's stupid. It's stupid. The house we had before didn't have an HOA, but there are ways around HOAs if you didn't know. And that's the county. The county has standards sometimes in different places, and the place we used to live I got reported to the county for not having something or other, and parking in the wrong place or whatever the fuck. Like it's fucking. People need to mind their own goddamn business. Yeah, and 1,000 acres. How big is 1,000 acres? I can't even fathom 1,000 acres, dude. You want the newest one? All right, newest one is this.
You're gonna look so good sucking. It's gonna look so good.
You're gonna look so good sucking. Hey, let you know I work for BlackRock and have been waiting for the moment after 8 long years that you would break down and sell me your properties in Montana, Texas for 65% market value. Deal is on the table. Yeah, I know. No, it's just everybody in the neighborhood telling you how to fucking keep your house up. It's like, we all do it. Why don't you? It's because I don't give a fuck how my lawn looks. I don't give a shit how your lawn looks, man. I don't give a fuck. You can have fucking broken down cars on your lawn. I don't give a shit. But it brings down the property value. Good. Fuck you. Move out. Zeke, can you or would you want to maybe rent out the old house? I thought about it, but dude, it's a headache I don't want. That was on the table. Like it was a brief consideration of like, you know, renting out the house and making some money on it, but I don't live in Colorado, so we'd have to hire a property management firm or to watch it and get the rent and all that kind of stuff. I don't want it. I don't want the headache, dude. I just want to, you know, I just want to live in a house and I don't want to worry about paying rent. Drop a ton of cement in the yard. That M-Rage, honestly, I wish I could. It's not my property, so I can't do anything. That's why I'm so cognizant of any damage we do in the house. And we've already done some damage, but nothing too bad. Like one of our trick fucking chewed up some of the blinds. But thankfully we can replace those. They're just Amazon fucking cheapos. So that's nice. If it's anything like the UK, there isn't a lot of money in renting out properties anymore. There is, though, like in the States. People buy entire neighborhoods to rent out. Like sometimes rich people buy out whole blocks of shit just so they can rent them. It's fucking ridiculous. And then they get the HOA to make sure they're kept up. And the funny thing is, our HOA is run by a fucking AI program. I don't even know if there's people running it. If I wanted to get into the pool, there's a community pool for our little area. And if I want to get in there, I have to contact the AI and ask them permission to use the fucking pool. It's so fucking stupid, dude. What the fuck they do before the AI? It was a council of Karens, man. It's a council of Karens. It probably still is. I think it's still run by humans, but who the fuck knows? I don't know anybody on the HOA. Everybody just seems to capitulate to them. Ugh. Anyways, I'm done bitching. Let's not bitch. Let's have a good time today. Today is for skythe00 100-month sub appreciation stream. And we're going to play Psi-Ops or Psi-Ops, the Mindgate conspiracy, all the way from 2004 on PS2. And yes, I do have the hard copy somewhere packed away. I don't know exactly where it is, but we do have it. So I'm going to reset so you can hear all the joyous noises. Oh, I gotta unpause it. Here we go. And away we go. This one, for some reason, takes a second to boot up. Midway. Remember us? We used to make arcade games. Oh, is there not a... Oh, I thought there was an opening like sequence. Oh, there we go. Here you go, prostitution. You brought it up. Oh yeah, this is totally DMCA. Scott will probably have to cut this out on the VOD or on the YouTube when we post it to YouTube. Hell yeah, Morris. Wait, Morris Chestnut. Why do I know that name? Little Shop of Horrors? No. That's Mushnick. Oh, maybe think of Joey Chestnut, maybe. Oh, he's an actor? Okay. Yo, what up, Cassiopeia with 93 months? Dude, that was cool, man. That was really cool. I love that there's a fucking music video to go along with the game. That's fucking sick. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, we should watch the Mortal Kombat Deception trailer too. Wait, Mortal Kombat Deception? The fuck is that? I don't know if I've ever heard of it.
A sinister force hides in the shadows, obsessed with dominating every realm, using the trust and loyalty of an ally to take it all. Through deception.
Fight!
Mortal Kombat Deception. Coming fall 2004.
Get over here! Finish him! Ha! Gotcha! Outstanding.
Fucking never heard of that game. What? I don't remember that at all. All right, Area 51 trailer. Let's watch.
Product not yet rated.
Watch all the trailers, and then we'll play the game. Let's get the full experience. What up, Sarah? Thank you for 2 years.
Hog.
Gold badge, baby.
Hold your fire! It's Has Team 2. This all started when some large creature attacked us.
Creature? That was a goddamn alien.
These mutants have been attacking us in waves, and it's getting worse. Get ready. Here they come again. Stay close. Repeat. We could use some assistance.
I'm the fire starter. Wicked fire starter. Yeah. I'm the fire starter. There you go, Area 51. Let's see the Suffering trailer. I don't know what that is. And then we'll play the game, I think. I think we're done with the extras. To get us in the mood, the 2004 mood.
Welcome to Carnate. Inmates. Enjoy your stay.
I've been sentenced to death for murdering my family.
Daddy, no!
Inmate, is this true?
Oh, he won't say. Claims he blacked the whole thing out. A likely story.
When the judge sentenced me to die, he told me he only wished my suffering could be equal to that of my victims.
I read about your trial. They got no witnesses, all circumstantial evidence. No one knows what really happened but you.
I expected to sit waiting for my time to die.
I'm writing this down.
Then...
There's something in here. It's in here!
Inmate, back in your cell.
This looks like
Everything's
a
under
great
control.
game.
all hell broke loose.
You cannot escape what I bring about.
What's taking so long?
Your being here ain't no coincidence. In a place where nothing is what it seems.
I don't think I played Time Splitters.
You will choose your path.
More than a few minutes.
And
I think I have
uncover
played
the
it, but
truth behind
not that much.
the suffering.
Prison is hell. Dude, that looks dope.
Rated M for
That looks
mature.
pretty good, dude. I can't lie. And then Psi Secrets. We don't want that because spoilers. All right, what are my options? Run mode, free or strafe? I don't know. Let's see. Quick tips on, hit indicator on. Okay. Okay. I don't think there's anything I want to change at the moment. Baby, I can beat you again from a draw down the bed. Ooh, more I get into the bed and I see it, yeah. Know that your boat is in doom. A light hits the goo on my face. All right. Oh my God, Scythe. Here's your chance, Scythe. You get to make the choice. Easy, normal, hard, or elite. And I will play. Whatever you decide, but just know, you know me. You've been here a long time. I will play it on whatever you want. Play on easy, you get more power uses. That's my boy. That's my boy right there. And power uses are the fun part. Okay, okay, cool.
Here's your man, Nick Scryer. Facial reconstruction and a memory wipe.
Intelligence has the movement attacking the refinery in about 90 hours from now. We're ready when he is.
This memory wipe will give us plenty of time to drop him in and get him past the movement's psi probes. Mindgate's specialty is Psi-Ops.
I've done some homework on Mindgate. Your boy's got quite a reputation, and it's not all good.
Okay, he's no Boy Scout, but Nick Scryer is Mindgate's best. They dismissed General Krieger, but Scryer stayed with Mindgate and took his psychic powers to a new level.
Oh, I'm fucking coming. Oh, fucking 2004, man. Those early 2000s, what a great time to be alive. Behind D? I just love how tiny this is. Like, this is how we watched all cinematics back in the day.
Now.
What the fuck is happening? Is that Ozzy? Yeah, it's like Kojima and Ozzy had a baby. I want to see that guy's poop. I bet his poops are just Drax level, enormous. Wow. Yeah, if Kojima named him, he'd be like, what, like, Big Blackman. All right, Frost.
This is the movement.
Ever played Geist? Not as far as I know.
Welcome to the movement, gentlemen. I am the general. You are my recruits.
Oh, he's 5-star even.
Your life now belongs to me. You will serve, or you will die.
Sanders!
Uncle Phil, no! What are you doing?
Well. Serve or die.
Wow. Okay.
Take this one to solitary.
Yes, sir.
Nick? You're finally here.
Thanks, Chekhov Chainsaw, for the 52 months.
Nick.
I remember, don't worry.
Nick, calm down.
How the hell do you know my name?
I can help you get out of here, but you have to trust me.
Trust you?
Trust this for now, at least. Just get out of the cell block and meet me on the supply room on this floor.
Okay.
But who are...
I hate it when they do that.
Okay, so meet up at the supply room, wherever that is. Damn, she seems familiar. But I don't know whether I should trust her or kill her. Ah, whatever. At least she gave me a gun. It's better than a kick in the nuts.
Escape from solitary confinement and meet the female agent in the supply room. Hint, the pistol is silenced to aid in stealth. Press R1 to fire your selected weapon. Oh, what was that? Hold on. Okay. Okay, square for hand-to-hand.
Hey!
Oh, not trigger. I pressed the trigger.
Hello, Z. Would you rather shit a small pineapple or piss out 10 raisins? Zeke thing.
Piss out 10 raisins. Thank you, Super Ito. Good question. That's a good question. Thank you for the 52 months as well. Oh yeah, I'm shooting dicks all day, by the way. Well. Oh, okay. So it is A button. Man. All right. Let's see. Potato salad. I'm sorry, it's not on the board. All right, Jones family, your attempt to steal. All right, show me picnic blanket. No, I'm sorry. I'm guessing all these are gonna be locked. There you go.
Glad I can berry it will again.
Thank you, Spencer. Now I want some buttermilk fried chicken, potato salad, and lemonade. You're welcome. Good stuff. No. Okay. Right trigger, left bumper do nothing. Is there a reload? Quick tip, press select to access inventory. Power-ups can restore health and psi energy. Search the compound for more power-ups. Okay. Okay. Cool. Oh! Oh, I can jump. goddamn motherfucker! Son of a bitch! Jim! Put me in prison, how dare you! Okay, so jump and interact are the same button. That's gonna be fucking fun. Fucking box! Fuck this, fuck you, fuck this box! Goddamn stupid goddamn Subaru won't start! The fucking goddamn furnace is on the fucking fritz again! Okay, there we go. Oh, time for another cinematic. Oh, I should kick the shit out of the next dead guy. I'll do it. No, I actually played Spec Ops The Line for 100 month not too long ago. Actually, that might have been years ago. I don't know.
Keep quiet.
But that's a great game. Another great game, I guess. Enemies can see better at close distances. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, it's got a nice auto target. That's cool.
I see him.
What? Oh, press triangle to lock onto an enemy or object. Hold button to strafe. Okay. Fucking asshole! Try and shoot at me, will you, you piece of shit? Goddamn fucking fascist regime taking over our United States of America! How dare you, you piece of shit! You goddamn motherfucker!
A man walks into a barber shop and looks at the barber. He says, "How long until I can get a haircut?" The barber looks around his shop and then says, 3 hours. The man says okay, and then leaves. 3 hours go by and he doesn't come back.
And that's the joke. I don't get it. The kid just cuts off there. Oh, I found a field med. Okay. Think you can fucking shoot at me, you son of a bitch? The fuck do you think you're doing over here? Trying to shoot at me? Don't you know I'm special ops, you piece of garbage? Boop. He does have like a dad crash out. That kick. That kick is me whenever my car won't start or something like that. I'm definitely like, you fucking piece of shit. I paid good money for this goddamn vehicle and it won't start. Goodbye. Oh, short rapid shots or burst fire is more accurate than continuous weapon fire. What was the other tooltip? I walked right by it. Okay. Oh, my approximate location is I'm the yellow square. Okay. How do I switch weapons? Because I have a machine gun. I just don't know how to switch to it. Oh, okay, hold on. Ah, down the D-pad, thank you.
Security breach.
Keycard required? Do you have a fucking keycard in there, you piece of shit? Give me your keycard! Where's the fucking keycard? Okay, this needs to be faster. Okay. That is an annoying sound.
Security breach.
Oh, I got the keycard, okay. Burp. Is this on PC? No, it's on PS2. But since I own both the PS2 and the game, I am emulating it. But it is coming out, apparently. A remake is coming out in July. Oh, that's generators, not the supply room. Oh, different room. Okay. Oh, not a remake, just finally available on modern consoles. Oh, okay. Supply room through the door on the right. Okay. Aha. Uh-oh.
What took you so long?
Where'd they take my squad?
The next floor for processing. But you're not ready, Nick. You have to recover your abilities.
I'm ready to go now.
You need to find some patience or you'll end up joining them. You trust me, don't you?
No! I trust them titties, though!
What was that?
It's for your own good, Nick.
The hell it is. Who are you?
Sarah Blake. I'm working inside the movement as a double agent. I can keep helping you as long as I don't get caught.
What did you give me?
First things first. You don't have security clearance, but if you trip the switch, all security beams will go down. Then you can make your way to the elevator to get to the second floor. Here's the key to the generator room. Get going before they discover you've escaped.
You ever seen scanners? Telekinesis reawakened. "12 years ago, telekinesis training, Mindgate training facility."
All right, Nick. Let's start your telekinesis training. To keep it simple, I'm going to start referring to telekinesis as TK from now on.
Okay, TK.
Also, we've juiced you up with unlimited psi powers during this test. But remember, in the real world, all psi powers drain with use. We'll skip the spoon bending and start by controlling objects using telekinesis. First, select a target to TK by moving the aim reticle over the object. Always refer to the HUD for control instructions.
Okay. Before we get into that, Nick has added a new alert, and it's going to be replacing "This is loud," so beware. It's going to be finally replacing "Yeehaw!" All right, yeehaw's gone. And in its place, we are putting this. Okay. Let's try downloading it. I think it might be louder. Let's do that. Okay. Okay. I love it.
You're fucking warned. You're fucking warned. Don't you're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
Little Joe Pesci action. All right, there you go. All right, replacing the yeehaw. We have Joe fucking Pesci. Over my head. There we go. Joe Pesci is in. It is B4 now. B4 is the Joe Pesci new one. There we go. Okay. Back to it. All right. Let me save the profile real quick. There we go. Okay. Yeah, casino. Yeah. Target object with aim reticle. Press L1 to select and lift object. Move object to the right with the right analog stick. Okay.
If you haven't figured it out yet, the telekinesis button is pressure sensitive, so the pressure applied determines the height of lifted objects. Stay and practice a while, then exit through
Oh,
the doorway
the
to
pressure.
complete your training.
Okay, so okay, so these, so I'm not gonna get the pressure switches because it probably doesn't translate well. Whee! Oh, damn it. Unlimited power. Okay. Okay, so I can shoot while I'm on top of it. That's awesome.
All right, Nick. Next, I want you to get over this wall. It's too high for you to jump or climb over, so use TK to arrange and stack the crates.
Okay, press and hold L1 to select and lift object, move object to the right analog stick. Release the right analog stick to drop. Jump to climb on crates, then climb over the wall. Okay, got it. Oh, yeah!
Nice climbing, Nick.
Thank you.
I want you to use telekinesis to move a crate through each hole in the wall. Lift the crate to the desired height and move it forward. Don't throw the crate, it'll break easily.
Uh-oh.
First, get a crate through the hole on the lower left.
Okay. Pressure, yeah, okay. Well, this is gonna be weird.
Come on, Nick. Focus.
Wait, what? You say don't touch the sides?
I want you to use telekinesis to move a crate through each hole in the wall. Lift the crate to the desired height and move it forward. Don't throw the crate, it'll break easily. First, get a crate through the hole on the lower left.
Oh, okay. First, get a crate through the hole on the lower left. Okay. Oh, and he wants these crates, doesn't he? Oh, this is gonna be tough, man. Get in there! God damn it! God damn it, dude! Fucking asshole! Just a little bit. It seems like it doesn't want to go. Can I, how do I let it go? I just want to drop it. Okay, just like that. Okay. What are you doing? It's like it doesn't want to go through. There's like an invisible barrier or something. Get in there! What are you doing? Stop throwing it! No, I don't have a pressure-sensitive controller, dude. That's the problem. I don't have a pressure-sensitive controller. Like, this is an emulation. So this is gonna be, like, tough. Because, like, I have one setting. It's that high. No, I have a PS3 controller, but you need, like, special software for this. Hold on. I mean, I'll grab my PlayStation controller. I don't think it's gonna work, though. No, I really don't think it's gonna work. I would be surprised. No. Oh my God. This is so fucked up, dude. The controls don't even match. This is the start button. The start button is the melee button for some reason. That's the inventory. Left trigger is pause. Oh my God. I mean, I can remap, but I don't think it's going to fucking matter, dude. I don't know if the emulator can handle, like, pressure-sensitive shit. I don't fuck with this, so I don't know what to do. Yes, I have a controller type is the DualShock 2. There you go. Let's try that. Automatic mapping completed. Let's just see if that worked. No, that's still start is still punch. Okay. Look at the controller layout graphic on the PC pad settings. You'll see down the bottom middle, there's called a pressure modifier. Okay, so I can use my other controller then, and then just do pressure modifier, maybe? Because this shit just worked. This just worked. The Xbox controller just worked. Okay. Controller layout graphic. No. I don't know how to take it off full screen. Yeah, I don't know how to do how to take it off full screen. Yeah, Alt Enter. Yeah, you'd think, right? Oh, there, it did work. It didn't work before, but it works now. Okay, cool. All right, settings. No, honestly, it was the first thing I tried. Controllers. There we go. Okay, pressure modifier. Oh, it's asking me to push something now. This is no, but this is for L3 and R3. Isn't it? Oh, right. Oh, you just press the button to add the pressure modifiers. Right shoulder. Okay. Okay, so right shoulder now has a pressure modifier. I guess. It's L1, isn't it? Yeah, whoops. Okay. Well, I mean, sort of. I can't do it. I can't make it stay in one area.
Now move a crate through the hole in the center.
It's just slow. And now it won't go high enough. Now it won't go high enough. Awesome. There's a setting to change the pressure. Okay. Controllers. In the base game, you can change the height while holding stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the pressure you're putting down on the thing. It's just like Metal Gear Solid. Like when you press the pressure, when you have someone like in the chokehold, it changes what you do depending on the pressure of the pressure you push the button on. Bottom. Oh, pressure modifier amount. Okay. So what do we want? 100%? Or we want 25%? Lower. We want lower pressure? Okay. I think we probably want more than that. Yeah? Probably a little bit more than that. Okay.
Good job, Nick. Now pick up a crate for the last hole.
Okay, and now we need...
Okay, the last hole is too high for a normal TK lift.
Okay, good. Okay, so it is too high.
You will need to use a technique called TK multi-lift. Refer to the HUD to walk you through the technique.
All right, lift object to its maximum height, release L1, then quickly press and hold L1 again to lift it higher. Okay. Place objects on top of other objects and lift again. Okay. Nope. Nope. There we go. So don't press a direction.
Good job, Nick. The
Good
next
job,
section is
Nick.
through the door behind you.
Dude, do it. And do it again. Do it again. Okay, so you can't do it immediately. You have to wait a second. Okay. All right, fun. All right. Oh, fuck. What did he tell me to do? I was too busy fucking around. Did he just say go to the next room? Go to the next room. Let's go to the next room. Okay.
Now to the good stuff.
All right.
Let's use telekinesis to throw objects at live targets.
Sounds
Don't
good.
worry. These guys get well paid. First, use TK to throw a crate at the stationary
Paid to
test
get
subject.
shit thrown at them. All right. Thank you, Neo Total, with the 69 months. Very nice. All right. Throw crate at stationary target. Lift an object with TK. Move the right analog stick in the direction of test subject. Yeah. Throw. Okay. Do not cross the line on the floor. All right. Oops.
Good.
There we
That'll
go.
teach him. Now try and hit a moving target.
God damn it. Ah! It's harder than it looks. Oh, come on. Eat shit, sir! There we go. That got him.
Finally, try to hit a target moving on an irregular path.
What are you, man?
Okay, let's try it again.
Okay, let's try it again. There's your random one. Suck my dick.
Let's use telekinesis to throw objects at live targets. Don't worry, these guys get well paid. First, use TK to throw a crate at the stationary test subject.
Okay. There, smashed him good. What?
Good. That'll
Okay.
teach him. Now try and hit a moving target. That's good fun, isn't it? Finally, try to hit a target moving on an irregular path.
Damn it. Damn it! Oh my god, depth perception! Oh. No, not again, not again, not again, not again, not again, not again. Just put him down. Just put him down. There you go. Okay, okay, we're fine. Oh. Kind of cheated.
Now that you've practiced throwing objects, You can also TK
I'll
most
cheat it.
enemies.
Sounds good.
Pick up that guy and throw him against the wall a few times.
Okay.
His weapon will drop after he dies. Now TK the next target, and while he's in the air, use your weapon to shoot him.
Oh, okay.
Now you're just showing off.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now you're just showing off. Okay, now. Fuck, what did you want me to do? The other door? Oh, there it is. Fuck.
There's another gun right in front of you, Nick. Target it and TK throw it to yourself to collect the ammo. All right, let's see how you handle a live combat situation.
No.
Soldiers will charge into the room and attack you from all sides. Try and use cover while eliminating the threats. Use the explosive barrels to your advantage.
Okay.
You can also use the assault rifle, but don't rely on your gun. Kill the designated number of enemies using TK in some way. You have limited health and ammo, so be careful.
Okay. Kill 5 enemies using TK within time limit. Use assault rifle if needed. Lift objects to shield yourself. Where's it? Oh, there it is. Got him!
Nice work, Scryer. Maybe someday you'll be as good as me.
I'm glad I remembered how to do all that. I hope I won't need the pressure sensitive shit anymore. Quick tip checkpoints. When you get killed, you may choose to continue from the most recent checkpoint that was reached. If you wish to save your progress, select save checkpoint option from the menu. The option creates a save game that resumes play at the save checkpoint. Okay. There we go. Okay. Cool. So now I'm just going to be doing powers the whole time. Oh, this guy. This guy. All right, you're coming with me, bud. Well, but knocked myself out with the dead guy. Oh, my Psi-Ops are telling me like there are 3 guys and 2 switches in the room.
Hey, who's there? Don't kill me, man.
Oh, I got the other guy on accident. Pick him up. So that raising of things, like making them go higher, is tricky. Hey, that worked. Is there a ladder, or do I just jump down? Like, I guess I just jump down? Sure. Oh, right there. Man, I swear to God, my eyes are fine. My eyes are fine. Did you hear that shutdown sound?
Good job, Nick.
What the hell is this? Where are you?
That
I'm
lever
speaking
liked
to
to
you
be
inside
pushed.
your mind through telepathy.
Telepathy? Those movement agents that work for the General have some sort of psi powers. Now you?
Nick, hurry. Get a key card in the guard room to use the elevator.
Okay, keycard, guard room, elevator. Got it. Okay. Oh, objective. Okay. Well. Fuck this fucking box! Give me the fucking key card! Where the fuck is it? Give it to me! You stupid box! Fucking boxes everywhere, stupid fucking things! Stupid, what even... Okay, it said there's... Oh. Make your way to the silo and use the elevator. Why is there an objective in the room that I'm currently in? There's a green dot in the room that I'm currently in. Do the objectives not go away? I like that move. That move's fun. The prop him up and shoot him move. Ah, guard room. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, those yellow or those orange rectangles are the doors. Okay. So I went too far. I think. Hey! Get down here so I can punch you! You bastard!
What are you, man? Oh!
The Psi-Ops is going, it's going. I'm doing stuff. Okay, so down this way. Through this door. And through this door. No. Other way. All the way to the end of the hall. Nope. I want to get to the guard room. Okay, so past the supply room, through this door. Oh, this is it, okay. Oh, can you smell what the Psi-Ops is cooking? Remote viewing reawakened. Nine years ago. Okay, remote viewing training.
Now it's time to learn remote viewing, or RV for short.
Okay.
Remote viewing is an out-of-body stealth skill that allows you to see through doors and around obstructions. When using RV, you won't be able to attack. Press the remote viewing button, then move around like you normally would. Press it again to exit RV. Remember, Nick, you can go right through doors. Now, use RV to help find the computer terminal that unlocks the door.
Trippy. Oh, he has a different haircut every training? Terminal located. Okay.
Now move ahead and exit the door by the terminal to get to the next test.
The Schlong Khan is here.
Next, use remote viewing to observe the path of a guard. Find
Of a
cover
god?
and keep your body hidden while you're in RV.
But how do you kill a god?
Now, move in and eliminate this enemy from behind at close range without being discovered.
Okay.
Would it help if I came down there and kicked you in the nuts?
It might. I didn't know he was coming directly for me. I thought he was going to have his back turned when I got there.
Let's use remote.
Oh, you can skip. That's great.
Now, move in and eliminate this enemy from behind at close range without being discovered.
All right, he's coming this way. Or he's gonna, right? Yep, there he goes. Doop 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 doop. Oh, doop doop. Okay, good. Skip skip doop boop 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 doop.
I don't get paid enough for this.
Give this guy a medal. Nice work.
Give him a medal. Hey, it's 3 strikes and you're out. You only did 2. Good job. Way to go. Give him a medal. Nice work, buddy.
This one's easy, Nick. RV into the next room and watch the enemy's patrol movements. Then sneak past the enemy without being detected.
Okay, observe enemy to time his patrol. Sneak past when enemy isn't looking. Okay. Scoop doop, scoop doop, beep 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 doop. Turn around now.
Okay, let's try it again.
Well, you had me kill the last guy. What's wrong with this guy?
RV into the next room.
RVs, we have the meats.
You're good at that sneaking around.
Oh, you're good at it. Thank you. I feel
This is a
good.
But be careful, Nick. If they discover you're there, you fail the test.
Okay.
Take out both guys undetected to get to the final test.
Sounds good. Will do. Nope. There we go. Okay. So this guy first. Is he doing something? Is he doing anything besides standing at the computer? I don't think so. I think he's just standing at the computer.
Could this day get any worse?
Donk.
You dumbass, Nick.
I thought something inside me thought he was going to say something else.
Hey, this is a good one. But be careful, Nick. If they discover you're there, you fail the test. Take out both guys undetected to get to the final test.
You dumbass. Excuse me? Yeah, see, he's just sitting there. Is there another guy? Oh, he just moves around. Oh, okay.
You dumbass, Nick.
Fuck you! God damn it.
Hey, this is a good one. But be careful.
Shut up. Shut up. Oh, he's right there. I fucking missed him.
You
God damn it! I missed that fucking. Fuck you, God, stupid ass bitch. And right next to him, son of a fuck.
Hey, this is a good one, but be Your
How
stealth
do you
skills
kill a
are
god?
improving, but are you ready for combat?
No, I am not.
Listen up, Nick. Use remote viewing to navigate this maze. You need to reach the terminal and press the button to unlock the exit door. The timer starts when you walk into the maze. Terminate anything that gets in your way.
Okay. Use RV to navigate the maze, reach terminal, and press X to unlock the door. Reach exit before time runs out. Use whatever force is necessary to escape. Okay. That'll do. Not that door. Hey. Oh, god damn it. Sloppy, but
you did an
whatever.
excellent job, Nick.
Excellent.
Now let's go get some lunch. I'm starving.
I'm starving. Did you see how big I am? I'm starving. Oh my god, this is great. Yeah, he kicked the shit out of me, and when he like kicks you down on the ground, your view like goes down on the ground. So you gotta like reorient yourself anytime you get like knocked down. It's ridiculous.
I heard fire.
Hey, stop it. Damn it! Stop getting on the ladder! Oh, for fuck's sake! God damn it, he just wanted to climb that ladder. There's no stopping him. Oh, that guy got smashed by the door, the door controls. Nope. Stop it. Oh my god, please just get away from the magnetic ladder. Good fucking lord. Okay, so we're gonna sneak in. We're gonna throw this guy over the fence. Yeah, there you go. Sneaky, like a whisper in the dark.
What the hell?
Oh, he's still alive? Okay, he's dead now.
Where'd he go?
Indeed, where did he go?
All clear.
Said that with some gusto. All clear! Okay. I'm not going to be using remote viewing a lot. I don't care for it. No, how about this guy? There you go. Pick him up. Pick him up. Bring him here. Sorry, watch your head. Can I? Oh, the football kick! Yeah! Some lab coats carry hypo sprays. Pick them up to instantly restore health and pissy energy. Hypo sprays cannot be carried in inventory. Okay. Wait, did he have one? Where is it? No. There we go. There's some skin cheat codes for the main character Zeke, and this chat would greatly appreciate. Oh, there's some skin cheat codes? Like, do I just punch him in with my controller? Oh, if you use the skin, you don't get cutscenes though? Oh yeah, okay, no then. I don't want to do that. Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to Piss Enjoyer. Who's talking? Nothing. No, nothing. Where'd he go? Nothing. Oh shit, I'm going backwards. What? I tried to put the guy in between me and the machine gun. It didn't seem to work. Okay, so how do I get the skins? Like, I can just reload a save, right? I can put them on, show them off, and then reload a save. You unlock them through the main menu. Okay. Go to main menu. Okay. No. I already saved. I just saved it. Extra content? No. Oh, you unlock all the movies. Okay, okay. All right, tell me how to do it, guys. I don't know how to do this. Did you guys just want me to know how to do it, having never played this fucking game before? Really? Okay. Well, I'm gonna take a piss. I'm gonna pee my pants, so you guys figure it out and let me know.
Here's your man, Nick Scryer. Facial reconstruction and a memory wipe.
Intelligence has the movement attacking the refinery in about 90 hours from now. We're ready when he is.
This memory wipe will give us plenty of time to drop him in and get him past the movement's psi probes. Mindgate's specialty is Psi-Ops.
I've done some homework on Mindgate. Your boy's got quite a reputation, and it's not all good.
Okay, he's no Boy Scout, but Nick Scryer is Mindgate's best. They dismissed General Krieger, but Scryer stayed with Mindgate and took his psychic powers to a new level.
I didn't know that it would just start playing a video. Jesus Christ. Okay. So you said, scroll down to extra content and press R1. Oh, press it on extra content. Okay. There we go. 135454. Okay. We're checking out new skins. Perhaps. Did it not work? I think you have to enable it. Buy the battle pass, moron. 135454. Oh, unlocked. There it is. Unlocked bikini. Now, how do I... Now go into extra content. Ah, there we go. Let's see what we get. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, shit. Now that's an outfit. Fucking hell. It's too bad I can't look at her from the front. There you go. Oh, I have pyrokinesis unlocked with this skin.
Intruder!
Okay. Okay. Left trigger. Shit, yeah. Look at that. That's a great outfit. All right. Any other skins you want to look at? I'm guessing we saw the best one first. We'll look at a couple. Fetish, okay. 2, 3, 1, 6, 4, 4. Unlocked Sarah Blake Suicide. Like Suicide Girls? Oh yeah, she's got the nose ring, the dyed hair, or the nose stud, the dyed hair, the tattoos. Oh yeah. Wow. That would be just fucking easy mode. Just going through the game with pyrokinesis. Yeah. She's got that Feruza bulk thing going for her, which is super cool. Awesome. All right. Next one, 136876. Okay. Marlena Kessler leather. Okay. See what that looks like. It's just Katie's skin. Yeah, it kind of is, right? Oh, now that's what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. She got her undies out and everything. Man, I wish you could play this game with that and watch the cinematics. I would definitely play it. That's fun. Okay. There's skinematics. All right. We'll look at one more. Yes, we did the Kessler bikini. Let's do the Scorpion one. 5, 4, 6. 5, 4, 6, 5, 4, 6. Unlocked Scorpion. Wait, hold on. Back it up. Oh, what? Wait. What happened to all the skins I unlocked? Oh, I have to go. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. How many times have I done this? Sorry. I thought the skin came before the mission. I don't know why. It had in the last 4 times. I don't know why this time is different. Oh, yeah, Scorpion. Scorpion, of course, starts with the pyrokinesis as well. That's canon. Yep. Looking good. Okay. Okie dokie. I wonder if we'll see those skins later on. And now back to the lame default outfit. Wah wah. I'm gonna miss that pyrokinesis though. That pyrokinesis was pretty awesome. Oh. Oh, fuck, I did it again. God damn it, dude. I'm guessing I should have that metal block in front of me. I always go out the wrong way. Oh, there. Left, right there. There we go. Come here. There we go. Okay, so no. That thing doesn't take damage. Get up there! Oh my for fuck's sake, dude. On top of the box. Lift the box. There you go. Or not, you know, whatever. Totally fine. Totally cool, dude. Come on, Magneto. Here we go. Up. Well. Okay. Get on the thing, pick it up. Now, why can't I jump on that? Is that's not a vaultable surface then, huh? I guess I don't get it. Fucking punch the fucking thing down. I don't know what to do. Yeah, see, I can't jump on that. And it doesn't seem like the machine gun I have is doing any damage to it, so that's fun. I'm wondering if I'm just beating my head against something that there's like, just hit the switch. Just find the switch off button for that fucking thing. No, this guy, god damn it. Bring him over here. I'll beat his ass. I'll kick him. I'll kick his fucking face in while he's down. There, fuck you. Okay. Hey, there's a guy here. Shoot this guy. He's there we go. Now he's got it. Okay. That's where I just was, and it didn't turn this thing off. Maybe it's those things? Nope. I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't care for that effect either, to be honest. Dude, what in the fuck? I shot that thing so many times. Didn't seem to do anything. I guess I had to hit its no-no square. Oh, okay. Unlocked extra content. Oh, okay. Okay. Training mission, okay. Movie, trust this, concept art, okay. Okay. Oh. Sure, save my progress, be my guest. Almost 60K in property damage, almost as much as my rental, yeah. That's hilarious if it wasn't so heartbreaking. No, not on OG hardware. We're playing it on a emulator. But I do have the OG hardware. It's just this. I've tried playing stuff on OG hardware. This looks better.
Really are.
Emulator looks better.
Are you saying I've been brainwashed?
No, memory wiped to hide your psi abilities from the movement probes when you were captured. The shot I gave you should help reawaken your powers.
No, this is crazy.
Deny it all you want, but how else can you explain?
Well, I'm still going after my men.
It's too late. They're being processed into soldiers for the movement. They're probably being converted as we speak.
My men would never work for the movement.
Well, I mean, you don't know that.
130 flocking months, another
Yo,
2
it's
months to
only
go to make
me.
it to 11 years.
Hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much. It's only me. Close enough. All right, don't fall down, whatever you do. Level D? Oh, okay. A really, really slow elevator. Oh my god, this is the slowest elevator I've ever fucking been on. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, the guy, get the guy. Oh, am I too far? Come here. Come here. Oh, damn it. I tried to throw him in a pit and I missed. I missed again. There you go. There he goes. There he goes. Oh, there he goes. Perfect. Huh? What? Watch out, watch your head. Watch your head. Hold on. Nope. Watch your head. There we go. Ooh, to swap for assault rifle. Yeah. Man, this place is fucking loud, huh? Damn it! There. It seems like it would be a lot easier just to throw those guys in the pit. Oh my god. I'm just gonna beat your ass. You know what? You know what? Fuck you. Try to shoot me while I'm fucking doing stuff, you fucking little piece of shit. Fuck you. How do I do that every time? I manage to hit the bridge and then fuck's sake, man. Where are these guys even coming from? Okay, I guess I'll go to level C. I don't fucking know. Explore the movements compound and locate the rest of your squad. That's it. Okay, that's all I get. From the mook hole. My fucking God, the slowest elevator I've ever been on in my entire existence. Oh, we're just gonna skip level B and go straight to A. We don't talk about level B. Oh, shit. Let's go. But we do talk about level D's nuts. No, that's just the elevator again. What the fucking shit? Hold on. There is a door down here. Oh, I didn't. Oh my God. Door's locked. This is ridiculously slow, right? Oh, there we go. It was this door. Mind drain. Mind drain reawakened. "10 years ago. Mind drain training."
Okay, Nick, let's learn about Mind Drain, also referred to as MD. Mind Drain absorbs psionic energy from another person's brain and replenishes your psi energy. We'll start off with the basics. Eliminate this guard however you'd like. Then I'll tell you how to drain it.
However I'd like? Oh, I don't have any of my other abilities? Okay.
Now get close to the body. Then press and hold the Mind Drain button to drain the corpse. Hold the button down. The drain will end automatically. However, if you release early, the draining will stop at that point. Draining a dead body only replenishes part of your energy. To replenish all of your energy, you need to drain a live target. We'll try that in the next room. Okay, so let's drain a live target now.
Okay.
You can only drain a person who is unaware of your presence.
Got it.
Sneak up on the enemy from behind until you get close. Then perform the Mind Drain.
The Mind Drain. Oh, shit!
That's gotta hurt. Those guys will never get ahead with that job. Sorry. Let's move on.
Don't worry, they get paid enough. It's fine. Fuck's sake.
Now for something a little tougher. I want you to sneak up behind each of these guards and mind drain them until they pop, without being detected by either one. Go for it.
Okay. ultimate power!
Nice job, Scryer.
Thank you. Now, where's the other dickhead? There he is.
Excellent. Next, you replenish your power or die.
Wait, did he say replenish your power or die? What was that?
For this last test, I'm going to deplete all of your Psi energy to start. Then, use Mind Drain to replenish all of your energy within the time limit. Okay. Anything goes, Nick. Do whatever it takes to get all of your Psi energy back.
Okay. Well, that sucks.
For this last test,
Oh, I can't jump when I'm crouched. Okay. Good enough. Fuck off, dude!
for this
Okay, so that dude's first. There's another dude. Can I re-hide it all? Oh, I still think it. No, not gonna get enough. Oh, wait, they replenished the dudes? Okay. Okay. Oh, he kicked me. I'm already dead, dude. You don't need to be kicking folks. You fucking chill. Oh, did I get him? Okay. This is faster anyways. There we go.
Well, that was draining. One thing
Jesus
to remember,
Christ,
no
stop
brain,
it.
no
Stop
drain.
it.
Headless bodies have no psi energy, so keep it in mind. Let's get out of here. It's time for a cold one.
All right, let's get a cold one. So Zeke, you can now do my favorite combo. Throw an enemy towards yourself and then try and catch them in air with Mind Drain. Oh, okay. That sounds fun. Let's practice. Oops, not like that. Wait, no. 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 Not quite. Yep, gotta get the timing right. Well, that looks super dangerous.
What the hell? No!
Got him! Yeah, we did it! Oh, that's fun. That's fun. Catch him midair with the Mind Drain. Fuck yeah, that's cool. Time for another slow elevator. You! Hey, no, get down here. Sir, come here. No! I stepped into the trap! Oh shit, what do I do now? They made me look at the pipes as if I was supposed to do something with them. Open the door! Oh. There we go. Ow. Okay. No, don't die yet. I need to mind drain you. The hypo spray. Didn't see that one coming, did you, buddy? There we go. Now. Oh. I can just bring it to me, the stuff that's in there. Come on now. All right, let's save it. Stupid. Oh, I knocked myself out with the guy. Oh, new. He had a shotgun. Nope. Yeah, I played Force Unleashed. Yeah. Yep. I played a lot of one and a little bit of the other one. I'm gonna sneak up on this guy and do some things to him. Look at him, he's in the exact right position.
Sanders, you're not dead. Let's go, I'm getting you out of here.
Brains. Oh, he's gone. Oh, shit. Sanders? He's a mind goblin. No! Oh, I saved this. Never mind.
Sarah, I found Sanders and he attacked me like some kind of zombie.
They're meat puppets, reprogrammed with an implant to fight for their movement.
This fucking
face is lying on
I'm putting this base out of commission.
Get to the mainframe room.
His
I need
fucking
blueprints on this
face.
place, and we need more information on the general's plans.
That's fucking great. It blew off his face, and his face is just lying on the ground. Sorry, what are the new objectives? I wasn't listening. I was too busy reminiscing on how his face just blew off. I want to blow his face off. Find your way through the cryo storage facility and access the mainframe room. Okay. Can do. Maybe.
Help me! Get away from me!
Yeah, I don't know why I even attempted sneaking. Whoa, shit, flashback time. Well, we know what we're gonna do with this guy.
Help me!
That worked way better than I expected. Double dunk. First try with a double dunk. Implant device acquired. Got it. There we go. Ow! It's like Cartman with the wiffle ball bat out on the lake where he's like bunk, 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 and he just keeps going. Alright, I was gonna... Oh wait, hold on, let me... Let me suck these guys off first. There we go. I think these guys have been sucked. Alright, let's save it there. You dick. And gimme. Thank you. Oh, use the implant device to get through the door. Okay. This is where they train the super soldiers. This is the Winter Soldier facility. Come on, open up, open up, open up, god damn it! So I was walking down this corridor when something got lifted from the ground, threw it a wall, and then someone threw an explosive canister at me. Yeah, I'm calling hacks. This lobby sucks. Not enough force. Oh, is that where I came in? I can't tell. No. Here we go.
Sarah?
Mainframe room.
I'm at the mainframe room. The door is locked.
I should have known. This is a high security area. Probably the only one with
What are the other areas we've been going through? Low security?
The Meat Puppet program. He's a former KGB Psi agent and master of mind control. The password is in his office. Find a way to get it, but be careful. His powers are dangerous.
Right! They locked their doors. How the fuck could I have known that? Okay, access, obtain the passcode for the door to the main room. Okay. Nope, not that. This. Hi! Ugh. This effect is terrible. Okay, so we got 3 dudes in this room. Yeah, it's a lot. I really don't think they needed the warbly effect. You could just let me look. Just use the camera.
We are now beginning to reach our quotas.
Your production quotas leave a lot to be desired, Leonov.
The reprogramming process has taken time to perfect.
Tell that to the General.
The General is quite aware of our setbacks, Barrett. But the operation is now ready to go forward.
We're leaving for the Black Sea today.
King Pimp. Yeah, there you go.
He expects his quotas to be met.
You embarrassed me in front of Rebecca! Or whatever her name is. Elizabeth? Vanessa, there it is. Oh, I did it. Yeah. 3828. love that it's big, bold letters.
Zika.
There we go. Yo, Kama with the 46 Prime sub. Thank you for checking your Prime sub and using it on me. Thank you, Kama. $3828. I did remember. Haha. See? That's a satisfying shotgun
Did you find
reload sound.
anything?
Yeah, a map of the movement's compounds and blueprints of this place.
Great. Send me the data. Meet me in the warhead storage room off of the main silo.
Where?
According to these plans, there's an air duct that leads to the silo shaft from the mainframe room.
Air duct to the
Look
silo.
around, you're right there.
Got it. Okay. Find the air duct. Get in there. Right there. And now we gotta jump up there. Or we go. There we go. Haha! Perfect. Well, fine. I won't do it the fun way. Big red button, turn off fan, don't die. There we got him. This guy, jeez. All right, I hope there's a psi ability that helps replenish your health sometime. Turn it back on. Any more guys want to come out and join the party? Hey. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh, that's what I should have done. That's what I should have damn did. Damn it. Ow. God God damn it. All the magic powers in the world, and he can't stay on his feet. Hey, baby, what's going on?
You want to nuke the place?
Not quite. These warheads don't have any nuclear material left, but they still have plenty of the conventional explosives. I've salvaged them for the materials we need for you to blow this base.
Me?
He has haunting blue
For
eyes.
This kind of op at Mindgate.
Mindgate?
They're dreamy.
The secret Psi-Ops arm of the U.S. military. They sign our paychecks. Wow. Don't you remember anything? The memory wipe allowed you to be captured. Your true memories were supposed to return once you were past the movement's mind probes. I'm sorry, Nick. Something's gone wrong, but we have to move on. According to the blueprints, this base has a major structural fault. I've marked 3 key locations. Placing the explosives there will take the whole place down.
Got it, tits. I mean, Sarah. What's your name again? I forgot.
Mindgate is counting on us.
All right. Plant 3 bombs to destroy the entire compound. Plant the first bomb in the implant ops. Yep. Give me all this ammo for guns I'm not using. Thanks, guys. Sasha have boobs or something, you know. All right, sneakies. We're doing the sneakies now.
Security breach. There he is.
Didn't work out so well. Wait, is there another one? Oh, this guy. What the fuck? That guy is a crack shot. Oh! What enemy hole are these guys crawling out of? Oh my fucking god. We really don't look up. Yeah, I didn't even think about it. No, this guy. God damn it, grab the guy, for fuck's sake. Easy mode, right? Okay, now we're gonna do it nice and sneaky. We're not gonna get caught by anybody. Everything's gonna be fine. Okay, that's where I came in.
Get him!
Learned my lesson this time.
What the hell? No!
Got him!
Help me!
Damn it! Oh, he fell down. All right, we're good. The alarm wasn't on for that long. All right, I've already been in there. I don't think I need to go in that. No objective here. I gotta go to cryo storage. No. Implant ops. Wherever that is. There it is. Okay. Implant ops first. And this isn't it. This is not it. I don't know where the fuck I am. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Yep, I took this for no reason. Well, I guess I get a med kit out of it. Fucking god damn this slow ass elevator! Why is all the elevators so slow in this game? Okay. I hope this door leads to where I want to go. Yep, oh, there it is.
Die!
All right, second bomb in the mainframe room. This room, the corridor, Scott's asshole, and the other floor over there. Nope. Oh, wow. Blew his head right off. Into the gears, sir. Still great. Still super satisfying, even though I've done that before. Now this says it's one of the objectives, but apparently not. You fucking dick! Just ran right by me. Flipped the switch back on again. That's a brave lab coat, man. This guy's got some fucking balls. Like, excuse me, if I could just reach around you, I just need that thing real, just boop, real quick. All right, I am in the mainframe room. Oh, you fucking asshole. There. Boop. It's amazing I'm carrying 3 of those things like up my ass, I guess. Plant the final bomb in the cryo storage. Ah, that's why. Okay. Right here. Aha. Blorp. Easy peasy, checkpoint reached, we're good. Now what?
Well, what a resourceful little rat that's wandered into my maze. I'll enjoy bending your mind to my will. I'm not too fond of getting my hands dirty. Instead, I take over the minds of others.
What accent is he
They
attempting?
do everything I say, like good little puppets. They even see for me.
I'm the man in the box. Wait, those guys weren't there before.
Yeah.
To stop the movement, cut off their MP production at the source. When a man is willing to die for his cause, you must learn to cast him aside to find victory. Oh, God.
Oh, please.
There you go.
You can't hide, Ryan.
No, don't do that.
You're
Don't lay down.
than me, puppet. This is quite amusing. Be puppets, be my eyes. Taste your fear. I'll bend your mind to my will.
Now, I think I'm supposed to throw him up there, but...
You will never survive this onslaught.
I killed the friend that's near him.
I know your every move. This is quite
I don't... Okay. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. He looks like he's reacting a little bit, but... I think I need a little bit... I think I need a little bit of this.
Well, what a resourceful little rat that's wandered into my maze. I'll enjoy bending your mind to my will. I'm not too fond of getting my hands dirty. Instead, I take
Oh, I can
over the
only go up to
minds of
100?
others. They do
I
everything
can't do like
say,
125?
like good little
Oh,
puppets.
no.
They even see
Ben's giving a sub to part-timer Zach and skill issue. Don't use my fucking real name, you piece of shit. Eat my ass? You know what?
Oh, please.
No, I will not.
You will never survive this onslaught. I can hear you.
God damn it. Oh, you fucking shut up.
You're just wasting my time. Where are you?
That's actually working out that guy's trapped.
Be puppets, be my eye. You can't hide, Scryer. What the hell? I can hear you.
Get off me!
You will never survive this onslaught.
He's reacting. He's doing like this shit.
Scryer, you're outmatched. You will never survive this onslaught. I know your every move. Be puppets, be my eye.
There we go. Okay.
Even things out.
I finally understood it on the last hit.
I can sense
I didn't know that I had to
every move.
destroy the fucking chambers. little silly. Like, I can't use my psionic powers on him?
I have your mind.
I just shoot him with a gun? You're a cunny fun, aren't you? Thank you, Vincent. And finally, thank you, Vincent. No, I get that he has a strong mind, but like, is that what you do? You just shoot him with a gun? I mean, I ran out of ammo.
What?
Yeah, I saw like I could throw barrels at him.
Nick,
all right.
Where are you? Meet me on the landing pad.
Your mum and dad are fucking crazy.
Don't have
Having
much
you, you
time before
fucking
the other two bombs
scumbaggles.
go off.
Got a timer. Race back to the silo before the remaining bombs explode. Well, this one's for you, Tie-Dye.
Your mum and dad are fucking crazy for having you, you fucking spunk bubbles.
There you go. All right. Race back to the silo before the remaining bombs explode. I don't know if I need these. Nope, not that way. Reach the landing pad to escape the compound before the final bomb explodes. I have no idea what's happening. What is happening? The fuck is going on here? The elevator? I wouldn't think the elevator would be working, but okay. Do I want to be going up? Guess not. That's a no. That's a no. Probably a no there. The landing pad, yeah. I am underground, right? Oh. I did this already. Hold on. Yep. I think I do have to ride the elevator. I don't see any other choice. But I have to get off it like super fast. Okay, so get off it there. All right. Since you have pressure-sensitive buttons been necessary yet? Sort of. Not absolutely necessary, no. Every fucking time. What are you doing? Well, obviously that's not it. Hate waiting for the elevator. I don't think I got it. Well, I tried going up the elevator. I tried going through all the doors. All the doors seem locked. Yeah, I don't know. I'm dead. I just don't know where I'm supposed to go. Yeah, no, there's another level above there, but as soon as I get up there, the elevator crashes and burns. So maybe there's something I'm missing with that. Maybe. Possibly. Left. Okay. Now, immediately out this door, hang a right. Not this door. Whoops. This one. Not this one. This one. There you go. And then you avoid that guy altogether. Son of a bitch! There, that's where I need to be, right there, up there. Okay, I see it now. Now I see it. Okay, I see it. We're good. It's behind me. Just gotta look, like, you gotta turn around, look behind me. As soon as I get the elevator open. Or elevator moving. Further. There you go. We did it, I think.
Nick Scryer.
Nick Scrotum.
I should have killed you when I first saw you. The best agent I ever trained returns to me as my enemy.
Train me?
You should have called the general.
Where's Sarah? Why did I trust her?
Well, you know how to make an entrance. I'll give you that much, baby. Now that's a hind D. Mission complete. There we go. Extra accuracy 30%. $139,000 with damage. That's all? That's all? It seems low.
Keep a low profile. I'm going in to find out what's going on.
What, through the front door?
They won't
Through the
suspect
front
me,
door.
but you'll have to sneak in. Meet me upstairs in the back of the assembly hall as soon as you can.
What a woman. I can't wait to boss fight this guy.
Get to the lands. Now.
He's gonna be great. Man, if he holds 2 bazookas, that'd be awesome. What if he dives through the air whilst firing 2 bazookas? I might just jizz. Oh, they want me to be sneaky on this level, I'm guessing. Meet Sarah on the other side of the assembly hall. Okay, sounds good. Nope. Shit! Fuck, the door's locked. Where did he go? Okay. Now calm down. Everybody calm down.
Intruder alert.
Who is shooting at me? Oh, there's someone up on the rafters. There we go. Ah! Oh, he can shoot while he's being floated as well, huh? Okay. Noted. Duly noted. Okay. Yeah, tough guards resist the TK a bit. Yeah, I noticed that. Aha! Head explode! Bloop! Yeah, I want to swap for the shotgun. I think that's a good checkpoint. Yep, couldn't find his fucking socket wrench and now he's dead. Oh, there, okay. So if I would have snuck through, there's a whole bunch of guys up here that I could have maybe killed. Oh, what's this? Sniper rifle? R3 button to enter zoom mode. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh. Okay.
What is this place?
Yo, Vince giving a sub to Cotton Eye Joe.
Run by Edgar Barrett, master of telekinesis and the general's right-hand man.
His name is Barrett.
The general worked for Mindgate.
He ran it, Nick.
Little on the nose.
Up until the point he overstepped his authority and fled rather than face a military tribunal. He never had any of his own psi powers. He simply used Mindgate's agents as his pawns.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's done with his old enemies. I saw Barrett with a crate that had Mindgate stenciled on it.
Now find the communication room. Use this code to contact HQ.
Okay. She's gonna betray me. Dying off and thank you for the 5 years as well. Yep, go to the communications room. All right. Oh, I can't carry anymore. Now I can. Man, That is a fucking brain explosion. Ah! My hair! Oh, my Dapper Dan! Mind control reawakened. Oh, this is gonna be the good stuff. And now we got a tutorial. 11 years ago. Okay.
Welcome back, Nick. Get ready for your training in mind control that I may refer to as MC. With mind control, you can target an enemy or the host and take complete control of his body. You can control the host for as long as your psi powers last or until the host dies. There's a soldier in the room behind the bulletproof glass. Target the soldier and press the mind control button to begin MC. Press it again to return to your body.
Okay. 1 second, y'all. Okay. Sorry. Gotta pay the carpet guys. There we go. There it is. Okay. Pretty sure. Let's see. Yep. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, carpet paid for. We recarpeted our old place. On the way to selling it. Just gotta do the interior and exterior paint, and then we're done with that fucking house. All right, target a soldier with aim reticle. Press up to activate mind control. Switch character with the left analog stick. Okay.
The door to the next room is locked from the inside. To open the door, press the switch using the mind-controlled soldier. Now that you unlock the door, you can exit the host and move to the next area. You're catching on, Nick.
There we go. That's fucking great. That's a good. I like this ability a lot.
Now we'll show these guys a little friendly fire. In this test, you will need to carefully
practice
select a soldier to
scheduling
mind
conflicts.
control, then kill the other soldier in the room.
A professional painter shouldn't have to worry about that, though. Professional painter should be able to paint a room without getting shit on the carpet. Target and present host body. Terminate the other soldier. Okay, cool. Hey, how's it going, Frank? Doing pretty good? Yeah. You know what? You know what I've thought about a lot lately? What's actually inside these barrels, Frank? What do you think? Do you think it's explosive? I mean, they are red. Should we test that theory?
It's always good to have someone else do the dirty work, right, Nick? In this test, you will practice protecting your body during mind control. Find a cover spot, then use mind control to eliminate 2 soldiers.
Okay.
If your own body gets shot, you'll fail the test.
Okay, use objects and cover to peek out, select host, and activate MC to eliminate 2 other soldiers. Okay, you got it. Fellas, how's things? Good? Good. Hey, do we want to move this barrel perhaps away from our expensive equipment, maybe? What do you think? Nah? That's a no? All right, well, time to murder-suicide then, I guess. All right, and...
Now, get close to the explosive barrel and shoot. So you're catching on, Nick.
There we go.
All right, this is the last test, and it's live combat. You're going to have to be very stealthy to eliminate the targets in this room without dying. There's a group of soldiers in this room armed with live weapons and trained to kill.
Okay.
It's life or death, Nick, and all you've got is mind control.
That's all you got.
Keep your body concealed and choose your host carefully.
Okay.
Also, find an enemy with a powerful weapon to make things easier. Good luck, and don't leave any alive.
Oh, up, idiot, up. Shh. Where'd that guy go? There he is. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Good, good. How's that? Oh, I'm dying. Nope, I'm alive. Just kidding. Anywho's, let's see who's at the water cooler. All right. Who else wants some of this business? Anybody? Anybody? Wait, was that everybody? Oh, well, shit. Guess I'll just die then. All right, goodbye. Oh, there are more. Well, shit. Where's the last fucking guy? There he is. And that's me. All right, back from my piss break. What the fuck happened out here, guys? Who are you? Oh, you're me. I'm me. Who's me? Shit. What do I do? Whee!
Good job, Nick. But remember, you can only control the weaker minds. It won't work on other Psi agents, so don't even try. Now, let's go get a pizza. I'm buying.
Man, always with the food and the hairstyle changes. Love it. Yeah, I love it. I love that his hairstyle changes every time we see him in the past. Oh. Damn it!
Interesting. Back down.
You coming up? I'll come down. Hold on. Heard there was something bad happening down here. Let me just... Now, I need you to come... Hey, come on over here. Yep. There you go. Come on over.
I see him.
There we go. Finally. All right. Here we go. Yeah, I'm just going to let you in there. There, come on in. And then, let's see. What can I do? Well, that was my suicide right there. Let's just zap this. Nope. Okay. I'll just jump around a little bit. And let's see. Anything else? Okay. Door's open. Come on in. Hold on. Nope. I'll get it. I'm not very good at this. Hey, what happened to the guy that died? Do I get... There we go. More sniper bullets. Okay. Oh, there you are. There he is. Oh, I didn't realize how much that, that shit kills my psi energy. Anybody else here with any juice in their head that I can squeeze out? No? Okay. Shit. Come on. Pushy, pushy. Nope. All right. Okay. I didn't know that he would do that.
Eat this.
How about no? Whoa, what's this? Hey, there we go.
Oh, it burns.
Oh. Oh, I ran out of juice. That's why. Okay. So you run out of juice. Okay, so the clock is ticking.
Fire in the hole.
Oh, right. Hold on. Let me just... Left, and a left, and another left. And then a left, 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 left. I needed him to do something, didn't I? Well, I got another guy in there somewhere. Nope, wrong button. There we go. Now we got him. Well, first shut off the alarm. There we go. And now we open the... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Shit, it's running down, right. I can't just jump down there, though. I need this to open up. Wait a minute. Do I have to have, like, this selected? No. Can I just? I can't. No, that would be silly. The other guy just immediately died. Alright, I need to suck this guy hard. We're gonna suck him so hard. Watch this. Oh, sucking him, suck it, suck it, suck it! Ooh, yeah, that's some sucking. Fuck you, sir! You had a gun in your hand that whole time and you didn't even use it? Bleep blorp blorp bleep blorp.
Mindgate operative 6743-0128. Response code Alpha Omega.
Code received. Central Cortex has been breached. Repeat. Central Cortex has been compromised. All agents expect no further assistance. Disregard former assignments. Locate and return Luna 1 to Central Cortex. This mission has been...
Damn it! That crate Barrett landed with.
All right, my new objective is meet Sarah in Edgar Barrett's private office. Still a little on the nose for me. Oh. Another cutscene. Man, this game's got so many cutscenes. I love it. Prince Ali giving a sub to the big suck. I love that he has a picture of himself in his office.
Just in time.
Just a portrait
Mindgate's
painted
gone,
above his
sir. Barrett attacked
fireplace.
and wiped out HQ. We're on our own.
They're looking for this, aren't they?
Luna 1?
Golf balls?
What is it?
I'm not sure. But whatever it is, the movement assaulted Mindgate head on to get it.
The General has Barrett doing some strange experiments on it.
What now?
I'm going on, Nick, with or without backup from HQ. I have
Anal beads?
unfinished business with the General.
Business?
I infiltrated the movement to find my sister. We were both agents at Mindgate. But when the General fled, she went into hiding with him. It's been years
This
since I
bitch
saw
gave
her.
me blue balls.
I'm still trying to find out if she's even alive.
Now we both have a plan. You find your sister. I'll take out the General.
The General and Barrett are in the factory office on the other side of the complex. Get a key card from an MP to get into the docks. I'm going to find out more about what they were doing with Luna 1.
Wait, there was stuff in there. I need to go get it. New objective. Go through the shipping docks and find Barrett in the factory office on the upper floor. No! There was stuff in there! Wait, where am I? I'm going back the way I came. That's where I smashed through. Now I'm gonna go find some dudes to kill. Or not. There we go. Shipping docks. Okay, where are the shipping docks? Okay, so I have to go through there, and then take a right. Maybe. Not this way. Just this way. Or not. Fuck. Yeah, up through that door, out to the right. Yeah. Pretty sure. Oh, I need to kill an MP to get the key card. Right. Well, it's auto-targeting them, so it looks like I can get a light. that not one of them? That guy doesn't have a key card? Why the fuck don't you have a fucking card? You fucking little piece of shit, god damn it! Oh, the first guy that I blew up? Maybe he does. Yeah, he probably does. Okay, if that's the case, whoops. Nope, nope. Back up, back up, back up. There. Restart the checkpoint. Yo, Joe Pesci. Oh, Nick Kasich wants Joe Pesci. You got it, dude.
You're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
You motherfucker, you. Yep, he did have one. God damn it. He had one the whole time. You know who I worship? Joe Pesci. Oh. Oh, hey, see? No problem. Wait, who even saw me? Now we can go down. Ah, fuck! Fuck! And there's a med kit up there. I just have no idea how to get it. Oh, I can drag it down. I can pull it down with my mind powers, right? No, not in there. Maybe. Doesn't look like it. No, fuck it. Who cares? Let me suck this guy. It's not worth it. I don't care. I don't care that much. I'm doing all right in health, and I'm playing it easy anyway. So. Okay. Whoops, not you. Not you. Not you. If that's not the way, that's not the door to the shipping docks? Son of a bitch. What do? I hate that the fucking interact button is the same as the jump button. It sucks ass. Might as well jump. Go in and jump. Yeah, I'm trying to touch it with my penis. Okay. There we go. Is this it? There we go. Fuck's sake, it was right by the guy. Oh, good lord. Where'd the other guy go? Okay. Oh, there we go. Let's get that guy. Hey, don't shoot me. I'm your buddy. Remember me? I'm Frank. Damn it. Well, I don't want that. Oh, now how do I die? Oh, there we go. Yay! Oh, I can't swim! And the water's made of concrete! We'll suck these guys off a little bit. Who else we gotta suck? Yeah, you need to really good suck off. All right. The mind jizz conspiracy. Oh, there's another thing. Give me this. Bloop. Oh, okay, fine. Bloop. Down. Get down. Alright, this is a good spot to save. Yep, that one right there. Perfect. See, I've been trying to get your attention. MC has a hidden mechanic. When you mind control another guard, hold both analog sticks down for a few seconds. Hold them down? Oh, just like click the sticks? Yeah, click them in. Okay. Sorry, I missed you.
Get away from me! Get away from me!
Oh, the suicide button. Oh, that guy with the fucking powerful karate kick. What is that guy made of? All right, here we go. Holding the sticks down. Fuck, that is dark, dude. That is fucking dark. Yo, Gassy. Nope. Gassy with the gifties. Yo, Gassy with the gifties. Thank you very much for the 5 good subs. To Arcalis, Fumad, Coffee and Good, Stimmung, Juke, and Skoto.
Hail Braziga.
Yep, that was for the jump I gave him earlier. I gave him, I loaned him my truck and my jumper cables to give him a good time earlier today. So thank you so much. You don't have to do that, buddy, but I do appreciate it. What up, Casper? How you doing? I jumped him in an alleyway and he gave me subs. That's exactly what happened. It destroys your mind gauge. Oh, does it? Does it like eat up my mind power?
What are you doing? Fire in the hole!
Now I got the shotgun guy. Yeah, dude. Let's go. All right, who else wants some? It's the only way I feel with jumper cables. Ow!
What's happening to me?
Fuck you, dude. Suck 'em, suck, suck. Okay, so I'm behind something. There we go. To me, come to me. All right, now before I jump over this thing, let's save it. There we go. Happy Humble Burger Farm is free on Steam. Nice, dude. Get it. It's fucking creepy. Yeah, I loved it personally. It's very weird and creepy, and I enjoyed it thoroughly.
I heard something.
Not me. What'd you hear?
Clear.
That's clear. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna go over here and take a shit. Don't worry about me, guys. Ow! What happened? What's going on? Yeah, get him, worker guy! Fuck him up, worker man! Worker man is fucking... Oh, just got fucked. Sorry about that, dude. I was wondering if that was gonna work. Turns out, yes. Yo, Neuter with the big prime sub. Thank you for checking your prime.
Hail, Brazier.
Appreciate that. Nope. Oh, right in there. And do the thing. Bleep. Too bad the PC version has that awful Star Force DRM that breaks PCs.
He must be close.
He must be. Who? What? Who's talking? Oh. Well, I guess that works. He must be close. I swear to God, he's around here somewhere. I know he's here. I heard him. God, it's almost like I can smell him. He's close enough that I'm like, God, what is this guy's deal? So close.
Around here somewhere.
All right, I want to pop this guy's head. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Let's save it. And then let's... Ready? Want to see something dark?
No!
Nope. There we go. are these fucking guys coming from? There is no place for you to come from. Just an infinite respawning place, I guess. Dude, would you please? Dude, look at this guy. It's just an infinite respawn. That's ridiculous.
He must be close. Somebody call him. Hey!
Okay, so I go up there. Can I get up there? I can't climb that high. Huh. Weird. Well, this guy is gonna go for a swim. Whee! Yep, infinite respawn.
Somebody call a medic. We need backup.
So I lifted that thing right there with that other. Oh, I can make the jump. Well, at least that jump. What the fuck is happening here? I have no idea, Stiglar. No clue. Did I not? Okay, it's going back to the original position. Oh my fucking, yeah, sure, whatever. Am I supposed to catch a ride on it or something? Oh, I was supposed to. Oh, that's why they have the murder holes. That's why they have the infinite respawn place, so I can take control of a guy and like make him flip the switch so I can get on top of it. But it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere, dude. Well, I can't make that jump, I guess. Oh, dude, just fucking get up there. Up. Thank you. Up. Okay, so it gets me up there. But I can't. Oh my fucking god, dude. What the shit? It gets me up to that platform. And there's no way I have enough time to press the button, get down, get all the way over there before it fucking's all the way back up again. Is there another, like, tower I'm missing? That one over there, I don't think that does anything. I mean, do they just want me to do, like, the fucking hover jump? Well, that's just gonna fucking break, yeah. Yeah, this would have been, if I had another dude in mind control, I could mind control him to hit the switch and, you know, bring me up there. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Wait a fucking minute. This is way further back. What the fuck? Why are these saves all marked at the same time? Do they just save checkpoints? They don't actually save your spot in time? Do they just save checkpoints? Dude, you gotta be fucking kidding me with that. Look at that. 125.30, 125.30, 125.30. God. So me saving it does nothing. It just saves a checkpoint.
Enemies over there! Fire in the hole!
There, fucking shoot him. Do the thing. Oh, not enough mind power to do it? Well, fuck. I didn't know that.
Man down! Man down!
Would you go down the fucking stairs? That window, yes, I have to get into that window.
Hey, you're not supposed to be here! Hey, I only work here!
Ow.
Oh, God!
Ow! Okay. Wait, that was too early. God damn it, too early. All right. There. Now we put my plan into action. It does take a fucking long time, though. Okay. Ugh.
What the hell's going on here? It was Scryer. It had to be. Scryer's dead. He died in the collapse of the silo base.
Don't underestimate my old partner. He's one of the best.
He's one of the
Always
best.
powerful with Psi.
Oh, so it is him then.
Something
My
I
old
never
partner.
had. This project will change that. Retrieve Luna 1 from whoever took it.
I have a plan.
Thank
I'll
you
get
for the
it back.
user's manual. I love it. Thank you.
I'm leaving to oversee the fusion in Hong Kong. For that, we need Luna 1, or all we have worked for will be thrown away like garbage. Get it done! or your bloated corpse will find its way to the trash heap as well.
You finished Gothic? Good job, Spy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's he gonna do? Yep. Yep, and... Holy fucking Jesus. Okay. Okay. That guy is not to be fucked with. All right, mission update. Go back through the shipping docks and the assembly hall to access the train yard from the landing pad. No! Go back. Just fucking saving money just by backtracking, you pricks. Great. Oh no! Damn it! Okay, I can just drop. That won't hurt too much. Hurts a little though, for fuck's sake. Oh, there was a medkit back here. Thank you. Oh yeah, mom call day. I forgot it. I almost forgot. It's my Thursday today. I'm gonna get my mama on a call. Perfect. Who else wants some? There we go. All right, I have to go shipping docks, assembly, and the assembly hall, and access the train yard from the landing pad. Why they have all the objectives still on the map? I can't fucking believe they have the objectives still on the map. Access the train yard from the landing pad, none of which are on this. There's no train yard, there's no landing pad, I have no fucking idea where to go. What a joke. Well, is it that key card door that that one, like at the very top of the map, the big room? Has to be, right? And then take a right. That door that was locked. Yes, I grabbed the key card off of that guy, yes. Okay. Finally, I can go through this door.
Scryer.
Damn it! Sarah, one day that's gonna get you killed.
You're going
I just piss Psi-Ops my pants.
Well, that's the plan, isn't it? Barrett's cooking up something in there related to Luna 1.
He's looking for you. I think you should leave Luna 1 with me, Nick. I mean, what if he captures you? He's more powerful than you can imagine.
Yeah, I know.
I know. God, I love my Eminem haircut and dye
You never
job.
told me Barrett was my old partner.
Really? I could have sworn I did. I'll keep this safe.
Yeah, she's acting like her evil twin sister. Perhaps. And she's took my blue balls back. I don't know what the golf balls are. I know she gave them to me for some reason. I don't know what I was supposed to do with them. I ended up giving them back like after the mission was over. So, did they help me on the mission I was currently on? I don't know. I really don't know. All right, let's pause it there for a second. Let me see here. No, we don't. Okay. Okay. All right. I am going to pee real quick. And I will be right back, and then we'll call my mom. See what she's up to. So, stick around. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Let's see what my mom is up to, shall we? Get this microphone. Turn it down a little bit. There we go. Turn off the music. And give my mama a ring here. God, so many spam calls. Holy shit. So many spam calls these days. Crazy.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, babe. What's up?
Nothing. I'm just using my psychic powers to pop people's heads, and it's bloody and gory and wonderful.
Is it fun?
Oh, it's so much fun, Mom.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So what are you doing?
Nothing. Just got home from lunch with the girls.
Nice. Where'd you guys go?
No. The Pizza Ranch.
Ooh, Pizza
What
Ranch.
it's called. Yeah.
Can you give me a big old fat yeehaw?
Pretty good. Yes, I did.
No, can you? Can you give me a yeehaw right now?
Yeehaw!
There you go. That's another soundbite if I ever heard one. Oh, good job, Mom. Nice work. I appreciate that. Wait,
Thank you.
I mean, as a recently christened Texan, that was a B+ yeehaw.
Was it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good.
Oh, I didn't think it was that good.
Yeah, I mean, it was all right. You could have put more into it, but I'll take it. You know, I don't want to.
Okay,
I don't want to
okay.
push. Yeah. Well, let's see. We got some questions for the audience. If you wanna hear them.
Of course.
Okay. Give her. Oh, you want me to give her a yeehaw? I can't. I don't have the energy today to give a big old yeehaw. And also, when I give a yeehaw, it's so loud. It's so fucking loud. All right.
Is it?
Yeah. I'll give her one. Ready? Here you go, Mom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah! Oh, how's that?
That was good.
That was good, right? Awesome.
That was a good one. Yes.
Thank you. All right. If you had the opportunity, if you had the opportunity to interview anyone in the world, who would it be?
Let's see, Barack Obama.
That's a good choice. I didn't expect that. That's great. What would you ask him?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't know what I'd ask him. But I would think of something. Him and Michelle.
Right on. Okay. Interview the Obamas. You wouldn't interview Ryan Gosling?
Yeah. No.
No. No. He'd be too embarrassed.
No, he isn't my favorite anymore.
Oh, we hate him now. Why?
I don't hate him. I just am too old for him.
Oh, okay. You got to find an age-appropriate guy. Okay.
Yes,
This reset is dedicated to Zekma.
Yeah.
We all with you could be our Mars. You're wasted on Zekla.
So someone just resubbed and said they wish you could be their mom, and you're wasted on me. That's terrible. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah.
Because you've been interviewed by Zeke for many years, have you learned anything interesting about yourself?
Yeah, that I can talk about nasty things that I wouldn't talk to anybody else about.
That's true. That's fair. Yeah, I bring the weird shit out of you, and you know you're pretty.
Yes, you do.
I like it. You're pretty straightforward about it, which is cool.
Yeah. And you do, and I wouldn't talk about that to anyone.
I know. What's something that you probably should throw out but haven't?
Geez. Probably a lot of clothes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. We had to get rid of
lot
a ton of
I
clothes
get
when
rid
we
of.
moved.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good
I
one.
have so many.
That's very good. I would there's not a lot left that we went through so much shit moving, and we threw away so much stuff or gave away because we did a lot of giving away, like to like the thrift store and stuff like that. We didn't throw out too much stuff, but yeah, we pared down our stuff, just our shit so much that I don't think there's anything else I can throw away without really missing it.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, I've donated a lot too.
Yeah. Okay, this is a good question. I know you're not a football fan, soccer fan. But the World Cup is happening right now, and I
see it on TV.
Yeah, I just want you to guess a country that's going to win it all.
The USA.
That's a good one, Mom.
Paraguay.
Now make a real guess. Okay, Paraguay?
Yeah.
Well, I would laugh at you, but I don't even know if they're in it. Hold on, Mom. 1 second. Sorry, I laughed my headphones off. No, you said Paraguay. Is Paraguay even in this? I don't know. Like, the chat is going to have to tell me. I have no clue who's even in it.
I thought
Paraguay is in.
Next.
Nice. Okay, Paraguay has a chance to win. So I said France
Right.
to piss off everybody.
Okay.
And you said Paraguay. So Paraguay is in.
Yeah.
So let's see who goes further.
Right.
Okay, cool. Perfect. If you became a ghost, which one of your sons would you want to haunt?
You.
You would haunt me. Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because I know Nate.
Okay.
He's just straightforward. I know how he thinks. I know exactly what's on his mind. I know him so well.
Okay.
I don't know you quite as well.
That's fair. That's fair. I get it. I think you're covering up the talk hole on your phone, Mom.
Oh, am I? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, how's that?
Not better. I don't know. Like, it sounds a little muffled. I don't know.
Oh, does it?
Maybe I'm just hearing things.
Yeah.
Oh, Katie came in. Just say hi to Katie. Say you love her.
Hi, Katie. I love you.
Oh, she loves you too.
Oh, how sweet.
She is sweet, isn't she? She always says the right things.
Yes.
Hi, Mom.
Yes,
love
she
you. She
does.
says. Okay.
Oh, good.
If you could be a TV show character, who would it be?
Oh my God. I have no idea.
I would pick someone rich from a show, like someone who's on a show constantly that's rich.
Like Mark Cuban or something like that.
I guess he's on a show. He's on Shark Tank or whatever. That'd be a good choice.
Right.
Yeah, he's very wealthy. Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Yeah, somebody like him.
It sounds good. If you had mind control powers and could take control of other people, what would you make them do?
Goodness gracious. Clean my bedroom.
There you go. Bathroom. There you go. I was gonna say make them pee their pants. I thought that would be your answer, because that would be funny to me.
No, of course not.
I would totally mind control people and make them pee their pants.
Yeah.
Because I think that would be fucking hilarious. Wouldn't that be funny?
Sorry.
That'd be funny.
Zeke, I said Zeke.
I know, you fixed it. Good job, Mom. I appreciate that.
I did. That would not be funny.
What word do you have trouble saying or mispronounce all the time?
Oh, goodness. Lots of words.
Yeah.
I mispronounce. Yeah. And I don't like the word fuck.
No one was asking that, but okay. How do you say, okay, it's, I don't want to say it because I don't want to pronounce it for you, but how do you say it's in your refrigerator, it's a condiment, it has a really long name starting with W, and you put it on you put in mixes and steak and stuff like that. It has a weird name.
Worcestershire.
Close enough. Okay, so you do say it close.
Okay, how do you say it?
I think it's Worcestershire.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think you say Shire. I think it's Worcestershire.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Worcestershire sauce. Shosh. Worcestershire sauce. Yeah, it's a tough one. What's another one that you guys mispronounce? And I'll have my mom pronounce it. I'm trying to think of one that I have trouble saying. Let's see. Oh, can you say Irish wristwatch?
Irish wristwatch? No, obviously.
Nice try.
Wristwatch.
It's
There
a
we
tough
go.
one. How about Unique New York?
That was hard. Unique New York. That's
Oh,
easy.
so that one, you got that one. No problem.
Yeah, yeah.
How about Purple Burglar Alarm?
Purple? Burglar. Purple? I can't say purple. Purple burglar alarm.
That's cool. I didn't think that one was gonna get you, but it was good. Okay, cool. All right, there you go.
I used to have trouble with linoleum.
Linoleum. Oh, that's a good one.
Always
Yeah.
say linoleum.
Linoleum. Yeah. Yeah. You know what they call that? There's an actual name for that when you switch around the letters of words and and you pronounce them differently. It's called I think a spoonerism is what it's called.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It actually has a name. I had no idea.
I don't know that either.
If you could read people's minds, would you?
No.
Really?
No way.
Oh.
I don't want to know what other people are thinking.
Okay. Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
I would
I
use
didn't
it.
want 'em
I would
saved.
definitely use it.
Would you?
Yeah. Yeah. I got a thick skin. I know how I think. And if I heard other people's thoughts, like,
scary.
I mean, you'd have to like agree not to do it on your significant other, though. That would have to be like a
Right,
rule in the house. Like,
exactly.
you can't mind read me. That is not fair.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if you had the power to shut it off, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, Mom. Last question, and I don't even know if you have an opinion on this, but do you know anything about AI?
Artificial intelligence?
Yes. Do you know anything about it?
No, I don't.
What do you think about it?
Isn't that like robots and things like that?
That's exactly right. It's robots and things like that.
Okay.
What do you think? Are you scared of it?
No, not really.
No.
No.
You're not afraid of a future that's like the Terminator movies?
Well, they're mean robots, yeah. But if they're just like regular people, then no, it wouldn't bother me at all.
There you go. So as long as we get AI to not be mean, we are in the clear then.
Right, as long as you get ones that are like regular people.
Yep, perfect. Based. Sounds good, Mom. All right, that was that was the last of the questions for the day, so I'm going to let you go now.
Okay. Okay, babe.
Okay. Love you, Mama.
I love you too, sweetheart. Bye, Zirconian.
Bye, Zirconian. Say bye to my mom. Bye.
Bye. I love you, sweetheart. Tell Katie I love her too.
I will. Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, there you go. There is your mom call for the Thursday. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for your questions. I do appreciate that. Let's get back to the game. Where were we? Oh, right. We're in a brand new land or area or whatever. I'm going to take this guy and we're going to blow up this guy. There we go. Oh, this guy. No, don't do that. Ow! Whoa! Damn it! Oh well. Oh, mouse on screen, thank you. What the shit, dude? Is it because the fucking ladder's in the way?
Nothing.
There, for fuck's sake, dude. Usually not that bad of a shot with this. There we go. Someone got it.
We need backup.
Ow, 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 ow. There we go. Now make them pee their pants. I wish. Hey! Ow. Ow, stop. Ow, quit it. Quit it. Quit it. Stop it. Bad. Where am I supposed to go? Gain access to the factory and confront Barrett. Okay. Nope. No. Bert. Gain access to the factory kind of suggests that there's like a key card I'm supposed to get. I didn't see anybody drop a key card. Agent Smith. What up, Agent Smith? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Agents are reporting it. Now, I'm guessing at the beginning of this level, it like zoomed in on where I was supposed to go, and I skipped it. So, shit. Great game choice. Hey, it's Skythe. 100 months subbed. You got to pick a game, and this is the game Skythe chose. Just jump at the door. Just jump at it. We've been expecting you. Well, what the fuck, dude? Which one of these assholes was supposed to drop me a key card? God damn it. All right, Sky, help me out here, buddy. What am I missing? Maybe you're supposed to control a guy to unlock it? Oh, you haven't played this in like 20 years? Oh. I thought it was like your favorite game ever. Well, what use are you then?
ZQ.
You fucking fake fan? What's wrong with you? Ireland is cool with the 23 months. Thank you, Ireland. Thank you, Ireland. The entire nation of Ireland. Come on, guy. Well, fuck. I don't want to start over again. Or you start from the checkpoint. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Thank you so much there, Spencer. Common Rider with the big 38.
Hey Zeke, mods, chat, and senpai ever inching closer to 100.
You know it. I mean, I guess I'll figure it out. I'm just wandering around like an asshole. Do I have a... No, I don't even have a key card in my inventory. Oh, look at this one. This one I can't even interact with that one. Which chapter am I in? That's a good question. Let's find out. I am in assembling the pieces. Zeke always puts way more effort in the 100-month games than I expect, and I'm here for it. I honestly, I'm glad you said that, because I want to give you, the game that you chose for your 100 months of subbing to me. I want to give it a fair shake, you know? And most people pick good games, good, decent games. I've seen you give the most rancy games a fair shake, like they had a few drops left. Yeah. Yeah, the train signals, what can I do with them? Like, I've tried interacting with them. Oh, I'm on the wrong fucking side. I tried interacting with it on the wrong side. Hi, bud. You want in? Trying to get some love, buddy? This little fucking shit demon. You can't even have a good day out because you poop in your goddamn kennel and you stomp all on it. God, alright, fine. Come here. Come here, weirdo. There you go. Up. There. Shit demon. He does, man. He is the most high-strung, anxious dog I've ever been around. And we try and kennel him, and he, like, refuses to be caged. And now we have to kennel him with, like, nothing. Like, he doesn't get, there's no blankets, no pillows, nothing, because he just tears them all up. So now we kennel him without anything, and he, in defiance, he shit the last 2 times. He shit in his kennel and stomped around in it. What do you have to say for yourself, young man? Oh, okay. I can't be mad at you. I can't stay mad at you. Okay. Alright, I love you. Okay, we gotta go now. There you go. Okay. Why do you need to kennel him? Because when we leave, it's a rental. If it was our house, we wouldn't mind so much, but we're renting the place and we don't want to risk him like scratching up the walls and the doors and, you know, shit like that while we're gone. And I love how these guards are just like, whatever. That's not what I wanted. We got a twofer on that one. Then a left, and another left, and another left, left. Get him with the left. There is a fucking turret. I'm gonna mind control someone and go over there. Is this a game you wake up in the hospital to start? Yeah, sort of. Oh no, this fucking, that's the checkpoint? God, these guys notice you from so fucking far away. Sneaking is just like... sequel game is the other psychic game that came out around this time. Okay. Down, go down, and now. There, fuck you. Oh, that's how you do a grenade. Yay. That is super close to me. Did it hit me? Did I die in the cutscene? Nope, I'm good. That is pretty fun, though. Just jump off. There you go. Whoops, whoops, whoops. God damn it! This part is so tedious! Dude, get off the ladder! God, I hate those magnetic fucking ladders! Oh my fucking god, dude. What the hell? God, those are fucking annoying. Whee! guy not have any grenades? All right, fine. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. With the barrel. There you go. I was gonna say, no way that's close enough. Shoot the barrel! Now I ran through all my cannon fodder. How am I gonna... Oh, God. How am I gonna get past this fucking turret? Oh.
That's him!
Well, not like that, apparently. Fuck you. Classics, thank you for 74 months. I would say, but I don't think it does any good. It saves checkpoints, unfortunately, and not your actual spot in the game. So the checkpoint is before the train section. So yeah, very 2004. Let's just move forward. Maybe that's a checkpoint. Or not. There it is, checkpoint reached. Hooray, we did it. Yep, just shut that off, please. Thank you. You're fine.
Oh, I'm gonna be sick.
Hey! The fucking worker guy came over and started talking smack. Oh, it was the body. Okay, that's off. There we go. Gotta shut that off. Little science, little test there. I don't know why I shut these all down. Is it so I could sneak through? Daft Knut, thank you for the 14 months. Always one more. Always one more asshole. Yep, I spent all that time shutting those down for, I guess, no reason. Hey Dave, you ever wonder what these barrels over here do?
What are you doing? What's that?
Oh.
What's that?
Really? Alright. I never liked you anyway! Oh, don't do that! Oh, that's what I could have done. And that's another checkpoint. Man, there's so much of this like fighting I could just avoid. Wow, I am really close to this. I'm just kidding, like. It's not gonna work. Had to see what would happen. Had to see what would happen.
Take it easy, pal.
That is what you're supposed to do then. Come here. Your soul is mine. Where are you going? Why are you dropping down there? Why did you drop down there, sir? Oh, gnome! I found an evil gnome! Bonus mission unlocked! That doesn't seem right. I don't know another way to get back up to where I was. Oh, can I just shut it off? Okay, apparently I already did because I'm jumping for joy. Oh, there's a ladder! There we go. Oh, okay. It looked like the exact same room, but it was in fact different. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Who the fuck was shooting me? They're above me? Like, must have been right above me. Oh, it showed them in the cutscene. There we go. No, damn it! Yeah, that one doesn't have a head. So I can't take control of that guy. The other guy could jump up there. Why can't I? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. What the fuck is happening here? Oh, there's another way. There's always another way. Shut up. Really? Oh, I'm gonna run out of mind juice. Okay. Can you fly, Bobby? Oh, I didn't even check the flamethrower guy's suicide animation. I haven't even checked that yet. That's a good one. I gotta check that. It's people! Oh my god, they're in the cardboard box factory that from Metal Gear.
What are we going to do with you?
Barrett.
You're supposed to be dead.
How does it feel to be the General's lapdog?
We did the bidding of Mindgate for years. Do you think they revered us? Cared what happened to us? No. Not as long as they got what they wanted from their pet freaks. Mindgate is gone. The General is the new visionary for the Psi elite. Join us. Your memory is in pieces. You don't remember the power you used to wield?
Your visionary isn't going far without his precious Luna 1. I know the General's plan can't proceed without it.
I don't think so.
Sarah?
Sorry, Scryer. Looks like you trusted the wrong girl.
Bitches!
One last chance. Join us.
Or die.
Sorry. That's not gonna happen.
Oh, fuck. Okay. This guy's far too strong for me to use my powers on, and I'm almost dead, so.
Eat this! Get back here!
Ow!
Now I have
Been a long time. Finally got some time to watch after about half
Get back here! I'm just warming up, Nick. Eat this! I am through playing around.
Yeah, why doesn't he just tear me apart? We saw him tearing up. What happened? I got a little crumpled there.
Let's take this outside.
Okay. Yeah, the pink aura. Happy Pride. Trouble, man. Thank you for 32 months. Been a long time. Finally got some time to watch. Nice, dude. Good to have you back.
Welcome to my world, Nick. Let's see if you can hang with the big dogs.
No, I cannot.
Just like the good old days, huh, Nick? I'm just warming up, Nick.
Hello, Zeke in chat.
Oh, you were
Like I'm stuck on something?
Now I have you. Just like the good old days, huh, Nick?
I don't think that's hurting him.
Now I have you. I'm up.
It just falls directly on his face. I did it, I think, I guess.
I would love to stay and play, Nick, but I have business elsewhere. I gave you a choice. The offer is still open.
I thought I was dead because that train was falling on me.
Barrett.
Thank you, Andrew, with 83 months. Also, there's no way he can fit in the pilot seat of that thing. There's no fucking way he fits in that seat. You want a random one there, Citrus Clitoris?
Hey, Patrick, what am I now?
Stupid?
No, I'm Texas.
What's the difference?
Oh, you weren't even here. Ad break was on. Shit.
Nick.
Yeah, we've been calling him King Pimp or Bling Pin. I think Bling Pin is a good one. Uh, 133. There you go. That one. There we go. Call him EpiPen. I'm over halfway through the game. Huzzah!
Contacting Agent Scryer.
Who is this?
You'll find out soon. I've been monitoring your progress, Agent Scryer. I'm sending you the coordinates of the compound now.
These coordinates lead nowhere.
monkey boys.
I know what you've done. I can see your mind.
That was for you, Clitoris.
You're in my world now.
All right. New objective. Explore the North Tower and make contact with the female scientist. Not to be confused with the scientist. Ow. Guys, listen. God damn. Yeah, the Gatling gun sound is really cool. And thankfully you can skip cutscenes, which is apparently a lot to ask these days. That was a good grenade. Nice toss, buddy.
I know.
Oh, she's back here. Nope, nope. Well, that was it? Okay. Can you fly, Bobby? Shit, there's so many more of them. No grenades on this guy? Okay. No grenades on you either, huh? Okay. Oh shit, if I hadn't blown so many of them up, I could have had some of their head juices. Shit! Really? That wasn't enough to kill it? There we go. Good. Got it. 12. Oh, I can take the elevator. Okay. Head juice. Give me that head juice. Oh, okay.
Were you followed?
Who are you?
You can call me Kamiko.
Man, every
I've
girl
been
in this
waiting to
game is
contact
stacked.
Agent Scryer. I'm glad you've come.
She got the boom and the pow.
Originally, yes. Then I realized what they were doing with my research. I've been their prisoner ever since.
What research?
The monolith, Agent Scryer. You've seen a fragment of it, haven't you?
Luna 1?
The core of an ancient artifact, older than we can imagine. The General has collected the fragments. He believes they have immense untapped power.
Do they?
The fragments have
Do
some
they?
sort of configuration that can activate their true purpose. Stop the General before he unlocks the secret.
Stop staring at my ass.
Let's go.
I can't be found missing from my lab. You're on your own. I'll keep in touch with this. I've tapped into the system and unlocked the doors to the control rooms. You'll have to infiltrate the data vault. I'm afraid that's all the help I can give for now. One other thing, Agent Scryer. Watch out for Wei Lu, one of the General's Psi agents. Her power of illusion can distort reality. It's her ability that keeps the base hidden from the world.
I think she already introduced herself.
She is way loose strong. Access data vault to learn about the movements planned for the monolith. No, I could probably restart the checkpoint so I can get my Psi meter filled up for free. Yes, indeed. Everybody Wei Lu tonight. Everybody Wei Lu tonight.
You need to find a way to infiltrate it and find out what the General has planned for the monolith.
You went from mono to stereo there. By the way, fuck! Thank you, Sky. Where's the guy that oh, there. Thank you for picking easy mode. Because this would have been a real bitch otherwise. Well, time to go. Oh, come on. Really? Do I not have enough?
What's happening to me?
I don't have enough to do the self-elimination. Yay, computer. Nope. 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 There we go. Computer!
What? Hey, you're not allowed in here. Why me?
Unlock sequence initiated. 3, 2, 1. Unlock failed.
Oh, shit on me.
What? What are you, man?
I get it now.
Leave me alone.
Unlock sequence initiated. 3, 2. Access granted.
Oh, head pop time! Florp! Checkpoint. The plans for the Death Star have to be on one of these drives. But which one? Stardust.
Kamiko, this is incredible. I'm sending the data now.
Based on this archive, the two world wars were fought over the ownership of the monolith fragments because of their link to Psi abilities. During World War II, the Americans and Russians were successful in seizing the fragments Germany had stockpiled. Then, during the Cold War, the two superpowers developed their own Psi programs around the fragments. My grandfather led the American research team that eventually became Mindgate. I picked up his work after he died, and that's when I met General Krieger. The General's next step is to reassemble the fragments of the monolith with a fusion process. I fear its power may be immeasurable. You need to get going.
Ow. Do I get a checkpoint for that? I hope so. Access the data vault to learn about the movements plans for the model. Oh, yeah. Same. Okay, is that not what I just did? Oh, there we go. Here's something. Pyrokinesis reawaken. Let's go. $8 years ago. Oh, I called it 8 years ago.
Let's get started. Pyrokinesis is the ability to use your mind to create fire. I'll refer to it as PK from now on. Target the objects in front of you and press the pyrokinesis button. You're just warming up, Nick.
L2.
Good job, Nick. You can go to the next
warming
area.
up.
By lighting flammable objects on fire, it is possible to cause a chain reaction.
Okay. I get it. Or do I not get it? Okay, there we go. Just taking a second. Whoa!
Just like lighting a stick of dynamite. Now get through the door for further training.
I guess I'll just stand here. That's what they're paying me to do. Just stand right here.
All right, now you'll light up some live targets.
Do not cross the line on the floor. Okay. Don't worry,
now
we pay them
the
enough.
Enemy's movement. Hit him on the run. These guys are mean. They'll evade your attack and try to kill you. Good job. They kind of dance when they're hot. Now move on to the next section.
Kind of dance when they're hot.
All right.
You know.
Last test. Live combat. You know the drill. Don't screw up. I want you to use PK and any other means necessary to get the job done.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, Nick, got a light? I got a T-bone that needs cooking.
Okay. The noise is kind of all-encompassing, and I've never heard fire that loud before.
Agent Scryer, get a keycard from one of the guards to take the elevator to the floor below. Make your way to the fusion building, but be careful. Wei Lu will try and stop you.
Got it. Okay. And the first enemy is fireproof. Wait, what? Oh, what the fuck? How come they're not doing the thing anymore? Dude. Ow! I mean, how much head juice does it fucking take? Jeez. I was at like half.
Agent Scryer.
I guess gun beats paper. Okay. So it takes about half a meter to do it, huh? Okay. Where's the other guy? Oh, I blew his head off. Right.
Fire in the hole!
Fucker was playing possum on me! Retrieve the elevator keycard from an enemy. Make your way through the next floor. No, I did not get it yet. Did I miss it? I gotta drop it? Nope, guess not.
Hate this!
Oh yeah, you like that shit? Oh, I'm gonna pop his head. There we go. All right, here we go. Now give me a checkpoint. They haven't given me a checkpoint in so long. That's telekinesis, Kyle. How about the power to movement? Oh, there we go. There's a checkpoint.
I'm going to jump.
No? Okay. Is it just me or are these guys just a worse shot than I am? If that's possible. Nope, no grenades. You quit your job, Science and Empathy? You're free! Kick him in the ass real quick. Just give him a swift boot up the keister. Make your way through to the next floor. Okay. That is where I came from. I don't want to do that. And there's nothing over here. What in the fuck? Oh. All right, fine. There, I'll just do it that way. Okay. None of these guys have head juice left. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, 99 is where I started. Yeah, that's where I started. Allows access to the marble atrium. Yeah, Yeah, I want to go down. Oh my god, do I have to clear out 98 floors of this fucking thing? Jesus. Oh, is this a door? No, it's not a door. The marble atrium. Is that a door? That's not a door. None of these are doors. I'm jumping like jumping for joy over here. Do I have to trigger the alarm to get that door to open? Jesus. That fucking thing is loud. Holy shit. Well, I want to continue on, so if anybody has any ideas. Oh my god, did I fuck myself? Okay. Oh man, that was harder to get out of than I would have liked. Any ideas, y'all? I thought the vent across from the locker room too. I did. Oh, I can't walk through, but I can, nope. I can do this. But, I mean, it doesn't help me if I can't manipulate anything. There is a vent with a gnome in it. So with all the telekinesis powers that you get, and they tell you can pull the shit off the vent, you have to hit that. Oh my fucking god.
Help me! What the hell are you doing?
What am I doing? No grenades? Shit. Shit. Oh. I need that guy to open the door. I'm glad I couldn't kill myself because I don't know. Oh, well,
Oh, what's happening to me?
Or not. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I busted out that other vent. What the fuck is? Oh. What in the fuck, man? Make up your mind, game.
Be careful, Agent Scryer. Watch out for Wei Lu. What's wrong, Agent Scryer?
It's me!
What's wrong, Agent Scryer?
Oh, here we go.
I can help you get out of here, but you have to trust me.
No!
You are a troubled man. You do not know who you were or what you've done. I can show you.
Mindgate is counting on us.
Come on. We need to do a little dirty work for the General.
Now, come on, dude. How far back are we going? All the way? All the way. Oh my fucking god, that far?
What's wrong, Agent Scryer? I can help you get out of here, but you have to trust me.
This is quite amusing. What a resourceful little rat that's wandered into my maze.
Oh, they're all headless, so I can't. Oh, fuck off, dude.
Don't you want to know who you are?
No! No one does.
I fought the General's plan at Mindgate.
Oh. Well, that worked. I don't know why that worked, but it did.
There's nothing to cover up. You have your orders, gentlemen. Just get the job done, and no one will ever know.
Aha. There we go. Okay, checkpoint time. Let's go. Oh, I forget I have pyrokinesis too. God damn it.
Come on, lighten up. These guys have seen too much. Besides, What the boys down at Central don't know won't kill them. Or will it?
What's going on?
Let's do this quick. No need to drag it out.
That fire came out of my penis!
I know what you've done. They seek revenge.
Dun, 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 dun. Your past has come back for revenge. Free their souls by freeing their minds. Play and vogue for them? Like that? Oh yeah, like that. This guy's a good shot. Good shot. God damn it. Now to the church. Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Stop it. Why are you hitting yourself? Oh.
Agent Scryer,
Yeah?
get a key card from one of the guards to take the elevator to the floor below.
Okay.
Make your way to the fusion building, but be careful. Wei Lu will try and stop you.
Retrieve the elevator keycard from an enemy. Confront Wei Lu. Where am I? Oh, fuck me. Don't go that way. Don't go that way. Go this way.
Who's that?
Whee! This is gonna suck ass. This is gonna suck so much ass.
Get away from me!
There's a key card. Oh, I have to get it again? And I just blasted it. Nope. Nope. Jesus Christ!
We're all gonna die! We're all gonna die! Why are you doing this?
There we go. Floor below, 97. Now we'll never know. Why? Oh God, why? Oh, I didn't suck those fools. I should have sucked those fools. Hold on, I gotta go back. There's some dudes up here I gotta suck on. Hopefully. Hopefully there's enough dudes here to suck on. That was a nice toss, bro. I don't give a fuck about the gnome, dude. I do not give a shit. Sorry, that is a precious resource that I am not willing to go without. Dude! Alright, fine. I'll get the gnome. It was on my way.
Who's there?
Security breach. Intruder alert.
What?
Security breach. Intruder alert.
camera there.
Security breach. Intruder alert. Security breach. Intruder alert.
Oh, fucking farts. Farts in my mouth. Farts and butts in my mouth. Oh, it's one of these fucking guys. This sucks, dude. This sucks. Oh, pyrokinesis, right. Pyrokinesis, dude. Shit. Just forgot that I had it.
Security breach. Fire in the hole.
Oh, shit. God damn it, dude. Holy fuck! No time to suck these dudes. I gotta go.
Welcome to my world, Scryer. It is a place of peace and reflection. It is where I enter the minds of man and see their innermost fears. Don't you want to know who
I think
you
every
are?
dude that's anywhere near our age has spanked into Victoria's Secret catalog. You're fine.
I showed
You're good.
you just a glimpse of who you really are. I have a whole gallery full of your past. What are you afraid of?
I have a whole gallon full of low pasta? I have no idea what she just said. Checkpoint. Okay, good.
Fears don't lie, Scryer. You feel your true self, your true essence. You fear to trust your own memories, and so they stay hidden. Perhaps, like your memories, your senses cannot be trusted as well.
Oh no. You want me to hit you with my favorite, Vincent? Okay, let's see. What is my favorite right now? Probably this one.
I'm a scat man.
There you go.
Like a great flood, your powers bring destruction.
Oh, they are elixirs. They're the big ones. Okay.
Evil comes from within. I provide the illusion. My illusions will destroy you. Your past now haunts the present.
Why is it not lighting that guy up? He's right in front of me. Vincent, thank you for giving me a sub to Julia and Khalif.
The knife sharpens sword. Dreams begin in the mind. Reality is a nightmare. My illusions will destroy you. Your past now haunts the present.
So I can use that. All right.
the General. For delusion of the mind is still deadly to the soul.
Oh no. Oh, baby, you getting real ugly. Oh, fucking no. There we go. One down. Oh, God. Oh, I get this. Where's my goddamn dodge roll? Oh, fuck you. bitch, burn! And not my proudest wank, but I still would. Yep.
I see your
true self. You feel your bust.
You fear your destiny. And so you're trapped by fate.
What did you see? Tell me.
Tell me.
I saw what you cannot remember. You have the power. The power to stop the General. That is why you were...
Yo, Nanotech with 78 months. Thank you, Nanotech.
Whaley's illusions are fading. The General has lost his cover, and it's only a matter of time before UN forces find this base. He's moving forward with his plan. Hurry. Take the door to the sky bridge that connects to the fusion building and work your way up. Go!
I will! Return to the Great Hall and take the sky bridge to access the fusion tower. This has been a pretty fun game so far, man. I dig it. Return to the Great Hall and take the sky bridge. Where am I? I am in the Great Hall. So I don't take the elevator, right? Or do I? No. Not down here. Not through that shit again. Did I just go back up again? I'm in the North Tower now. No. Yeah, the fucking data vault again. I need to take the fucking sky bridge through the Great Hall, which is where I just was. I know the sky bridge when I see it. I just getting there is the fucking shit. I'm in the Great Hall. There should be another door by the elevator. There we go. Fuck's sake. Tell me this is it. Motherfucker! Yo, 1's2K, how you doing? The 1S2K. Good to see you. No, okay. Well, now what do I do? Nope, nope. I am Magneto, master of magnets! Maybe not a master. Excuse me. Whoops. Oh, I have a blop on my beard? God damn it. Thank you. I don't feel the blops sometimes. My beard is pretty big. Is it too big? Oh my god, this... What the fuck? Buddy. Buddy, no. Buddy, no. No, friend, no. No, friend, no. Why you gotta be like that? Hey, what's over here? Oh, shit! Up or down? Checkpoint. Throw that switch. Get in that door. K2, K3, K4.
Another drill.
Accelerator core pressure increased to 1.2 kilowatts.
Well, I'm glad I had that guy go first.
Hey, you don't belong here. Help me!
I could have told you that was going to happen.
Accelerator core pressure increased to 2.5 kilowatts.
This place is super loud, right, guys? Holy shit. No, we'll wait. He stood a chance.
Accelerator core pressure increased to 5.4 kilowatts.
Can I get out of here now, please? Thank you. God damn it. Almost did it in one go, man. There we go. It must get faster. Yeah, it feels like it gets faster.
Accelerator core pressure increased to 1.2 kilowatts. Accelerator core pressure increased to 2.5 kilowatts.
Ah, damn it. Come on, the guy noticed me, motherfucker! God damn it, dude. Well, it seems stupid to go the other way because it's coming toward you. If you're supposed to go in order, it seems stupid to do that because it's going the other way. Where's the... Oh, fuck, it's right there by the door.
Accelerator core pressure increased to 1.2 kilowatts.
Yeah, see?
Accelerator core pressure increased to 2.5 kilowatts.
It's my first day. Help!
Accelerator core pressure increased to 5.4 kilowatts.
God damn it! don't know if I can make it. I don't think I can make it, dude. Sheesh. Okay, let's watch the cutscene again. Let's just flip the switch. I'm in K1, K2, K3, K4.
Who's that? It's my birthday.
Accelerator core pressure increased to 1.2 kilowatts. Accelerator core pressure increased to 2.5 kilowatts. Accelerator core pressure increased to 5.4 kilowatts.
I do not think I can make it. I really don't know what the fuck to do. Oh my fucking fuck! Right by the door.
Accelerator core pressure increased to 1.2 kilowatts. Accelerator core pressure increased to 2.5 kilowatts.
There is no furthest, it's a fucking circle. I'm in K1. Oh. Oh, and do this one last, the one I'm in. Okay. Am I good here? Okay.
Accelerator core pressure increased to 5.4 kilowatts. Accelerator deactivated.
There we go. That's fucking hilarious, though. Now those guys are just waiting there for me. Now what? Enter the fusion tower and stop the fusion process. Okay. So... objective is not here. So maybe back to the ladder and then go down. Or, you know, not that. Coded that in 2 tries. You know, Co made me come in 2 strokes. Can you do better than that? Oh, this is the, okay, there, I think it's in there. I keep forgetting to suck these dudes off when they're dead. You gotta remind me to suck, these dudes need sucking. There it is, yep. Wait a minute, there's water down there. I bet there's some treasure. Well, there certainly is. Get the fuck off of there. There we go, look at that, there it is. Evil Garden Gnome bonus mission unlocked. dudes were made for sucking. And that's just what I'll do. One of these days I'm gonna suck them off and they're gonna blow their goo. Checkpoint!
I don't see anything. Intruder! Hit the alarm! I'm gonna die!
Shut up, alarm. Come here. Oh, that doesn't seem very safe at all. Those things are not secured to that belt. Don't do that. That guy in there, those three switches. The thing and then that thing. What? 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 Was that supposed to make sense to me? Bill? Huh? The fuck? Well, I don't have the clearance for that. How about this? Nope, don't have the clearance for that either. No, I'm in the break room. God damn it. Where are those fucking handles? Oh yeah, I can take out the camera. That's a good idea. Jeez, what a terrible shot.
What are you, man? Get away from me!
I don't know what that just did, but what? Damn it!
Hey, you're not allowed in here.
Okay, so that guy's supposed to be there. I don't understand. Damn it! A Sicily gifting a sub to Sub with Prime. Thank you very much. And Soul Slicer, I missed you 20 minutes ago. Thank you for the 97 months there. Okay. Let me see the thing again. Wait. No! Shut up! God, you're a terrible shot. There you go, perfect. Oh, Sky the gifted a sub to Fabiana! Okay, so those are coming out. They're going down the thing. They're going in there. Okay. There's 3 switches. And it'll open that gate. I don't understand. What am I doing wrong here? I honestly don't get it. Sign says, oh, I gotta reset. Ah, okay. 1 down, 3 down. I didn't know that's what that was. That meanings. Okay. Oh, and then it, wait, this didn't open up. Well. Just come here. Thank you. I thought the door would open. I thought this fucking door would... I don't want to touch it, man. It's going to kill me. Oh. There's a whole walkway up here. That does nothing. Just goes around in a circle. It closed the tops of those canisters down in the pool there. I don't get it.
What? I'm going to HR.
I'm going to HR with this. Go in there. Flip the switches. That thing goes down. That. And then, okay, after it showed that, it showed these. It showed this little, like, belt. I mean, I know it's an older game, but you don't think they would, like, soft lock me if I did the wrong thing, right?
We got a man down.
Wow. Oh, blue guy got him. Nice work, blue guy. Okay, they keep supplying me with scientists over there. As if there's more to like to do with possession. Yeah, tetracycline. It's not terrible, not great.
Help me! I think I'm gonna puke.
Okay, maybe I have to. Like drop that in there? Seems a little convoluted. All right, all of them are safely in there now.
I think I'm gonna puke. I'm gonna be
Fuck. All right, does anybody know the fucking solution? Because I'm ready for it now.
We're all gonna die!
Oh, fuck, dude. Come on, man. Fucking level am I even on? Christ, I'll fucking Google it myself. Access tunnel L7B2. Two L7 L7B-2. Nope. Nope. Why the fuck am I coming up with magic cards? What the fuck? Why am I getting magic cards? It's fucking ridiculous. I don't even know what fucking land I'm in. This is such a shit fucking bullshit. God! Guide and walkthrough. There we go. Game facts. Okay, head in the control room of the scientists and activate the console there. Reactor rods will pop out. As you enter the reactor room, we showed a couple of hints. First things first, use mind control and scientists to throw the first... Yes, I did that. We've done that, nameless one. Next thing. Close reactor pool. You could also use reactor rods as you unlock, TK them, and a chain link fence. So it just explode the fucking chain link? You gotta be kidding me. Dude. Just get the fuck over here. Fucking shit! Yeah, it was just explode the chain link. That was it. That's it.
Oh my god!
And there's the checkpoint. Okay. Oh, and a cutscene. Oh my god, dude. Explode the chain link.
It's me.
Really?
Where have you
Just
been?
brute force it?
What's going on? You left me on the shores of
I thought it was a
Black
puzzle.
Sea.
Don't play me for a fool.
Thank you, Smokey Brand, for giving a sub to Nameless One, and thank you for your help, Nameless
What
One.
you're talking about. I do know you're looking for a way to stop the fusion process.
What do you know about it?
The General built this complex to fuse the fragments together. The object we had was the central piece to a powerful artifact.
Luna 1. I know.
That fragment was discovered on the moon in the 50s, Nick. The US and the Soviets both detected it and raced to get to it first.
And you gave it back to this maniac?
What are you talking about? Why would I do that?
Sarah.
I saw you.
For to trust you.
Shoot her! Shoot her!
Take this.
Right in the tits!
Key card for the armory on this floor. Good luck, Nick. I hope you make it.
Oh, stupid women and their boobs! there we go. And that's where we will call it for today. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys had a good time. We're going to finish this. We've come too far to not finish this. So we're going to finish this tomorrow. Hope to see you here. Probably don't, I don't know if it'll last all stream, but we'll see. We'll see. If it doesn't, we've always got Bond to start. We've always got 007 to check out. So thank you guys very much for being here. Hope you guys had a good time. Until next time, though, thank you to, and once again, thank you to Skythe for the 100-month sub appreciation. Thank you for the years of support, Skythe.
Until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying,